increasing violence, with over 150 Palestinians injured in clashes with Israeli police. The conflict has potential to escalate further, and so will the Leader of the House make way in government time for a debate on the rights of the Palestinian people?
Hear, hear.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think it should be the right of every human being to live in security and in peace. These are, of course, delicate matters, and I'm sure there would be an opportunity for Foreign Office questions to ask ministers directly how they can assist in bringing peace to the area.
Final question, Alex Davis-Jones.
Speaker, I'm sure the Leader of the House is as excited as I am about last week's announcement by WWE that they plan to bring their first UK stadium tour to the Principality Stadium in September. This will hopefully be a massive boost to the South Wales economy and also inspire a new generation of British wrestling superstars and fans. So with that in mind, will the Leader of the House commit to a debate in government time on the benefit of these big cultural and sporting events to the UK?
Well, I join the Honourable Lady in celebrating that investment and in all that is WWE. It's clearly a great sport. If that brings investment to South Wales, that's great news, and I'm sure she'll continue to champion her area in this chamber.
That ends business questions. Point of order, John MacDonald.
I apologise to members for delaying the debate overall, but this was the first opportune time I've been able to do this, and it has to be done promptly after the event itself. I was on a statutory instrument committee yesterday dealing with a DWP matter and simply asked the question for the rationale behind the urgency of the proposal being brought forward by the government. The Minister's response then was that I would know more if I visited my local job centre more frequently, and accused me of not visiting it, I think, for about 5 years. It was completely untrue. I'm a regular visitor to the job centre, as I am in other institutions. But the issue it raises with me is one of privilege. Does this mean that the government is now monitoring the visits of members of this House to government departments for use in political debate? Because if that is the case, let me just say I have a brilliant working relationship with my local job centre. The staff work incredibly hard, but most of our communication is via emails and telephones, etc. However, if our visits to government offices are to be monitored, it will no longer be emails or telephones. I'll insist on a meeting at the tax office, the job centre, the border office and every other government agency within my constituency. This is a matter of parliamentary privilege, Mr Speaker, and I'd like you to look into the matter.
Can I first of all say I thank the honourable gentleman for notice of that point of order. The incident he recounts is indeed surprising, and I have noted that the Leader of the House has heard it. We will leave it there for now, but I will follow up on it. Point of order. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister's comments on Tuesday night to his backbenchers were briefed to journalists by his spokesperson. Those comments were reasonably interpreted by several media outlets, including the Daily Telegraph, as being criticisms of the Archbishop of Canterbury and the BBC for their comments and coverage of Ukraine. Government ministers were out on broadcast rounds yesterday morning, and they didn't seek to correct that interpretation. But, Mr Speaker, since then, the government has corrected the record and said the Prime Minister's comments only referred to the Archbishop and not the BBC. So I'm more than happy to echo that correction and withdraw my comments of yesterday. Thank you.
Well, that draws a line under that. Right, before we begin, I believe it would assist the House if I remind members of the decision in question and the procedure on this motion. The decision before the House is whether or not to refer the matter to the Committee of Privileges at this time. It will be for the committee to report back on whether it considers there has been a contempt. Whilst it is perfectly in order for the honourable members to question the veracity of the Prime Minister's responses to the House cited in the motion, it is not in order to challenge more generally the truthfulness of the Prime Minister or any other honourable or right honourable member. Good temper, moderation must be maintained in parliamentary language, much of which we might be said today has already been said in response to the Prime Minister's statement on Tuesday. Previous debates on such motions are relatively short. Since 2010, the longest such debate has been for 1 hour and 29 minutes, and debates have been as short as 7 minutes. That said, an amendment has been selected, and this motion of great importance. The debate may continue for as long as it takes, unless either a successful closure to bring the debate to an end or we reach 5 o'clock, in which case the debate will be adjourned to a future day. I would also say, if it begins to become very repetitive, we then may have to consider whether to do a closure earlier, but I will leave that on how the debate develops. Any members wishing to speak need to stand to ensure they catch my eye and be at the beginning of this debate. So, the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras has tabled a motion for debate on the matter of privilege, which I have agreed should take precedence today. Inform the House that although I have selected the amendment in the name of the Minister for the Cabinet Office, I understand it is now the intention of the Government not to move that amendment. So now we will start by calling Keir Starmer to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name and the other names on the order sheet for today. Mr. Speaker, the motion I've tabled seeks to defend the simple principle that honesty, integrity and telling the truth matter in our politics. That is not a principle that I or the Labour Party have a special claim to. It's a British principle. It's a principle that's been cherished by Conservatives for as long as their party has existed, embraced by Unionist and Nationalist parties alike, and one that still guides members from every political party in this House. But I will.
The opposition leader giving way. I lost my mother to COVID in the first lockdown. It was a very painful experience because she was in a hospital bed. We obeyed the rules. We could not be by her side when she passed. I have made my disquiet known to the Prime Minister a couple of times now, and he has taken that on board. I am deeply unhappy at the way Number 10 has performed over this period in question. But what I would suggest to the Right Honourable Member is that it's perfectly natural in this country that you weigh all the evidence before deciding on intent, because the central issue here is whether the Prime Minister misled Parliament. Would you agree that, in us all accepting that it should be referred to the Privileges Committee, that committee needs to weigh all evidence before coming to a decision, and that includes the Sue Gray report?
Can I just say to others, interventions are meant to be short. What I would say, and I do say to us, if you're intervening and you are on the list, you will go aloud. I know the honourable member's not, and obviously wouldn't want to now he's made his speech. Here's Can
I just first say I'm sorry for the loss within your family, and we all send our condolences. I know how difficult it has been for so many during this difficult period. In relation to the substantive intervention, just 2 points, and I'll develop them later. The first is there is already a case before the House that's very clear. The Prime Minister said no rules were broken. 50 fines for breaking the rules and the law have already been issued. So there's already a reasonable case. But under the motion, because I do understand the sentiment behind the intervention, if the motion is passed, the committee will not begin their substantive work until the police investigations are complete, so that they will have all of that evidence before them, one way or the other, in order to come to a view. And I think that's within the body of the motion, and that's the right way and the way it should work. And I hope that does address the concerns that have been raised. But I will.
I thank you for giving way. And further to that point of the honourable gentleman across the way, many of us in the chamber have lost loved ones over the last period of time, and we feel greatly aggrieved that we haven't had the opportunity to have our our day in court, if that's the way to put it perhaps. We do feel the need to have justice seen for all those who have lost loved ones, those who passed away and who we miss greatly. Does the right honourable gentleman feel, when it comes to justice, while we do need to see all of the evidence, there also at the end of that day has to be accountability in this process, and accountability means people have to answer for what their actions have been?
Well, again, can I express my sadness at the loss that he and his family have endured? And I was struck particularly just a few months ago in the way that he spoke about that in this House. I think we all were. But on the substantive point, and this is really the point of the motion, this is about honesty, integrity and telling the truth in this place. And it's an important principle, and it's one we all share. As I say, I'm not claiming this as a Labour Party principle. It is a principle that we all share because we know the importance of it. That's why it's a matter for the House to consider. But it is a principle under attack because the Prime Minister has been accused of repeatedly, deliberately and routinely misleading this House over parties held in Downing Street during lockdown. Now, that's a serious allegation, because if it's true, it amounts to contempt of Parliament. And it's not, and it should never be, an accusation that is made lightly. And nor should we diminish the rights of members to defend each other from that accusation. But the Prime Minister's supporters don't seek to do that. Instead, many of them seek to simply dismiss its importance. They say there are worse crimes. He didn't rob a bank. He only broke the rules for 10 minutes. It was all a long time ago. Every time I will in just a moment. Every time one of these arguments is trotted out, the status of this House is gradually eroded, and our democracy becomes a little weaker. Because the convention that Parliament must not be misled, and that in return we don't accuse each other of lying, are not curious quirks of this strange place. They're fundamental pillars on which our constitution is built. And they're observed wherever parliamentary democracy thrives. With them, our public debate is elevated. When members assume good faith on behalf of our opponents, we can explore, test, interrogate our reasonable disagreements about how we achieve our common goals. Because ultimately, no matter which benches we sit on, no matter which whip we follow, fundamentally we are all here for one reason: to advance those common goals of the nations, of the peoples that make up our United Kingdom. And I give way.
Grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. And he mentioned some of the arguments around, well, it was just 9 minutes. Well, I met a woman who was a daughter of a serviceman. He lost his life the week before that birthday party. And she said to me, what I wouldn't give for just 9 more minutes with him. I congratulate him on the way he's rising above party politics here, but to just diminish 9 minutes as just anything, it diminishes us all across both sides of this House. Would he not agree?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention because it goes to the heart of the matter, because some have tried to suggest that a short period or there's some equivalence between these penalty notices and speeding, and that just doesn't understand the enormity of the difference. It's very rare that the whole of the nation goes through something together, a trauma together that was COVID. And there were the awful cases of funerals, of weddings that were missed, of parents who didn't see the birth of their children. And they're awful cases. But I think almost every family was marked during this period, including my own, by things that we didn't do that we would have liked to have done. Usually visiting elderly parents, seeing children. And there was a huge sense of guilt that we didn't do it, including in my own family. Guilt that because we followed the rules, we didn't do what we thought was actually right by our elderly relatives. And that's why it hurts so much. And that's why anybody trying to say this is just like a speeding ticket doesn't understand what this goes to politically and emotionally. And I will in just one moment, but just going back to the principles, because I want this debate to be about the principle, because I think this is where the debate should be. The committee will be charged if this motion goes through in determining actually whether there was any misleading. But this is about the principles that we all care about. And that's why I actually think that everybody should simply vote for this motion this evening to uphold those principles. Because those principles, that we don't mislead the House, and in return we don't call each other liars in this House, they ensure, I will in just a minute, they ensure that we make good decisions and avoid bad ones. It's what makes our democracy grow in ways that reflect the hopes and tackle the fears of those that we represent. It's what makes our democracy thrive. It's what makes this House thrive. It's what makes Britain thrive. And Mr. Speaker, we don't have to look far to see what happens when that faith is lost and there is no hope of reason resolving disagreements. When nations are divided, when they live in different worlds where their own truths and their own alternative facts, democracy is then replaced by an obsession with defeating the other side. Those we disagree with become enemies. The hope of learning and adapting is lost. Politics becomes a blood sport rather than a quest to improve lives. A winner-takes-all politics where inevitably everyone loses out. I will give way, and then I'll give way to Mike.
The Leader of the Opposition was big-hearted enough to say earlier that he unwittingly misled the House. I'm sure he'd agree with me that it's very important that we stick with the convention that we don't call each other liars. There's a good reason for that. 2 of our colleagues have been killed. There's been a lot of attacks on colleagues. So in this debate, can we just accept that everybody here is an honourable member, and when they speak here, they may unwittingly mislead the House, but they think that they were, for instance, abiding with the rules. So can we tone down the whole nature of this debate?
Thank you for that intervention, and I will try to keep within those parameters and elevate this to the principle that we're actually discussing today, which is the principles that we apply when we're debating in this chamber. I will give way behind.
I'm very grateful to my right friend for giving way, and also for what he's said about the fact that we don't on this side have a monopoly on truth. I think it's a very important point that he's made there. But does he agree with me that there's something really fundamental about this, and that is whether we, as members of Parliament, are fit to hold these powers that we have in terms of holding people to account, or whether the politics will always get in the way. And it was very disturbing to hear that because there was a Labour chair, Conservative members might vote against it, and that's very disappointing. The honourable member for Rhondda felt he had to step down. But that principle that either we have an independent or we do it ourselves is very important here.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, and it is very important. We do have these procedures to hold us all to the rules of this House, and it's very important that they are applied in the right way, with the right principles. I will give way, because I said I would once more and then again here.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech. On the point of procedures, I wonder if you would agree with me that there is a bigger point here about Parliament's governance structures, that our whole system of checks and balances is completely out of date. It is beyond ludicrous that the arbiter of whether or not the ministerial code has been broken is the person who's accused of breaking it, in this instance the Prime Minister. Does he agree with me that we also need a wider look at those governance structures, which at the moment are simply not fit for purpose?
Absolutely. For that intervention, because I do think it's a very serious point, because a lot of our conventions and rules and traditions are based on the principle of honour, and that people, members of this House, wouldn't, other than inadvertently, mislead the House. And that's why the rules are set, but they're set on that proposition. And if there is a member of this House, whoever that is, that doesn't abide by those principles, those honourable principles, then that tests or stress tests the rules that we have. I'll take one more intervention and then I will give way.
I understand completely the position the Honourable gentleman opposite said about toning down the rhetoric. I completely understand that. But let me just. I understand that position, but let me make this point, because I know the honourable gentleman over the years. We can't tone down the seriousness of this matter. Yes. I was in the Prime Minister's constituency earlier this week. It's the neighbouring constituency to mine, the London Borough of Hillingdon. We're campaigning in the elections. And yeah, there is some shift in vote from Tory to Labour because of this issue, but that isn't the significant issue. The significant was the number that we were finding totally disillusioned now, who'd had enough of this system, were blaming the system itself. That's what we're fighting for here. This is what we're campaigning for here. We're campaigning to restore the credibility in the democratic processes of our country.
And I'm grateful for that intervention. I think it's a really important and powerful point, because if we don't pass this motion, if we don't take this opportunity to restate the principles, then we are all complicit in allowing these standards to slip. We're all complicit in allowing the public to think we're all the same, nobody tells the truth, there are alternative sets of facts. I will in 1 minute. I've given away a lot and I do want to make some progress, but I'll try and come back to the honourable member. But because the conventions... I'll make some progress and I'll try to come back to people where I can. The conventions and the traditions that we are debating this morning are not an accident. They've been handed down to us as the tools that protect Britain from malaise, from extremism and from decline. And this is important because the case against the Prime Minister is that he has abused those tools. That's the case against him, that he's used them to protect himself rather than our democracy, that he's turned them against all that they are supposed to support. And members opposite know that the Prime Minister has stood before this House and said things that are not true. Correct. Safe in the knowledge that he will not be accused of lying, because he can't be. He stood at the dispatch box and point blank denied rule breaking took place, when it did. Yeah. And he did so. As he did so, he was hoping to gain extra protection from our good faith that no Prime Minister would ever deliberately mislead this House. Yep. He's used our faith, our conventions, to cover up his misdeeds. Because, I'll just finish this point, because after months of denials, of absurd claims that all the rules were followed, of feigned outrage at his staff discussing rule breaking, we now know the law was broken. Yep. We know the Prime Minister himself broke the law. Yep. And we know that he faces the possibility of being found to have broken it again and again and again. Because the police investigation is ongoing, we don't need to make final judgment on the Prime Minister's contempt of Parliament today. When the time comes, the Prime Minister will be able to make his case. He can put his defence, of course he can. He can make his case that his repeated misleading of Parliament was inadvertent as his defence, that he didn't understand the rules that he himself wrote. He can make that defence. That his advisers at the heart of Downing Street either didn't understand the rules either, or misled him when they assured him that they were followed at all times, or that he thought he was at a work event even while the empty bottles piled up. He can make those defences. He can make those defences when the time comes. But, Mr. Speaker, I will in just a minute. We already know he has a case to answer. The Prime Minister said no rules were broken, but over 50 fines for breaching the rules and the law have now been issued, including to the Prime Minister. And anybody who denies that simple fact has their head in the sand or has given up any interest in the truth, given up interest in the traditions of our nation in order to prop up a law-breaking Prime Minister. Yeah. Now, the motion today would refer the matter to the Committee for Privileges, a committee that has a government majority. So no one can say the Prime Minister is not being judged by his peers. The committee would only investigate the Prime Minister for contempt once the police have concluded their investigation. So no one can say there is prejudice to the rest of the inquiry. And of course, any findings the committee comes to, any sanctions they might propose, would then come back before this House as a whole, so no one can say it's too soon for the House to decide. It is a system of self-governance, and it should be, because with the great privilege that comes with sitting in this place, comes the great responsibility to protect the conventions that underpin our democracy. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. On conventions, does he also agree that language is equally important, and therefore would he take this opportunity to distance himself from the Honourable Member who spoke earlier on, who said that he wanted to lynch another Honourable Member, or the Honourable Member who sat right next to him, who called members on this side Tory scum? He should distance himself from them.
Well, he wanted him to be Chancellor.
That's a shame. I actually thought we were having a reasonably serious debate. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'll just say to the Honourable Lady, she needs to sit down. In fairness to the member in charge, he's given a lot of interventions, but I certainly don't need you standing up and waiting to catch somebody's eye. Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, if this just descends into a shouting match, we lose the principle which is there to defend all of us, including all the members opposite. We're not claiming a principle to support these benches and not those benches. It's a principle that supports all of us. And if we fail in our... I will take that intervention, yes, of course.
Most grateful. The Leader of the Opposition has quite rightly just said that it affects everybody in this House. Would he accept that at this very moment in time there is a complication, which is that the Committee on Standards report, which is currently being conducted under the aegis of the Sir Ernest Ryder recommendations, does raise questions about whether or not it is possible at this juncture to have a fair trial and natural justice. That is currently under discussion. Within the House. And the same will apply in regard to the question of the Committee on Privileges, which has itself already been criticised. I was on the Joint Committee myself, and I can assure the Leader of the Opposition there are serious problems which arise in relation to the need to rectify those omissions in the procedural fairness.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I've heard the case he puts on natural justice now a number of times, and of course he has every right to make that case. I disagree, but that's the point of the debates we have. But that debate about natural justice or due process doesn't need to hold up this process. Yeah. This motion can pass today, should pass today, and frankly everybody should support it passing today to uphold the principles. And I don't think that there is a discussion about natural justice, an interesting debate. We will take different views on this, but that doesn't need to hold up this process. I will give way and then I'll make some more progress.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Jane for giving way, and he's quite correct to prosecute the case on the basis of principle. But there is still in the order paper, even if the government is not going to move it now, an amendment which would indicate that not everybody in this House shares his view about the importance of these principles. So does he share my view that at the conclusion of this debate there should be a division so that we know where every single member of this House stands in relation to this principle? Because at a time like this, on an issue like this, there should be no hiding place for anyone.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree, because we have a duty here today in relation to this motion and in relation to these principles. And if we fail in our duty, the public will not forgive and forget that we have done so, because this will be the Parliament that failed to stand up for honesty, integrity and telling the truth in politics, failed to stand up to a Prime Minister who seeks to turn our good faith against us, and failed to stand up for our great democracy. And it's not just the eyes of our country that are upon us. It will also be the judgment of future generations who will look back at what members of this great House did when our customs were tested, when its traditions were pushed to breaking point, when we were called up to stand up for honesty, integrity and for truth. I move the motion, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, as on the order paper, I now call the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, part of this is about the Prime Minister. My habit over 46 years has not been to make a public or private comment about a party leader, whether mine or somebody else's. I don't propose to change that now. If I have something to say to a Prime Minister, I say it to them directly, as I did first with Harold Wilson and I've done with most other Prime Ministers since then. My preference would be to go with the amendment. If it's not going to be moved, I can't. I think this is not the right time for the House to make a decision. I think the words of the amendment are ones that I would support, and I'm sorry that the House won't be able to consider them. I may be in the minority in supporting that, but that's not a problem in this House. That's what a lot of people do. Second thing is I think the words in the third paragraph of the Prime Minister's statement on Tuesday spell out the situation that he didn't think, in effect, it was a party or the rules had been broken. He now accepts that it's been judged by the police to be different. He's accepted that. I don't believe we should build a great big cake on top of that admission, acceptance. I think the House would be better to leave it like that. And it would be better also... No, I won't. Thank you. It would also be better, not challenging you, Mr. Speaker, if the House decided that the reference to Privileges Committee should be made when all the information is available from the Cabinet Office report and from the results of the police investigation. The last thing I want to say is that, without attacking the Honourable Member for Ilford, those who heard the Today programme this morning heard the repeated reference to the local government elections on the 5th of May. I believe that whatever the Leader of the Opposition says, some part of what's before the House today is straightforward attempts to get party political advantage. I intend to have no part of that.
I now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think on a day like this, we think of all of those that made so many sacrifices over the COVID pandemic, those that lost so many loved ones, and our thoughts and our prayers today are with each and every one of them. Mr. Speaker, there is one reason why it is so important that this motion is debated and passed today. Because at the very heart of the scandal, there is one thing that needs to be said, one thing that needs to be heard, and it's the very reason that we all need to act. And the reason is this, that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is a liar. I genuinely don't say that lightly, and I don't say it loosely. I honestly believe that it's right that we are slow to use that word. But I equally believe that it is right that we should never be slow to say it and to call it out when it is so obviously true. Because members across this House know it to be true, and the public have long known that to be true. And that is why it needs to be said today, and why we all need to act. Because, Mr. Speaker, every single day in this chamber, there are motions that come before this House which are complex and nuanced. And there are usually two sides to an argument and valid reasons from whichever position is proposed. But I think we can safely say that this definitively isn't one of these debates. The evidence of the motion speaks for itself. It's as clear as day. If there ever was an open and shut case, this is it. Mr. Speaker, last December, the Prime Minister came to this House and denied that there were any parties in 10 Downing Street during the long COVID lockdowns. Typically and tellingly, he hid behind his staff in saying it. He told us that he was given firm reassurance that no parties had happened, that no rules had been broken. Every member of this Parliament witnessed it. The public saw it with their own eyes. And shamefully, to this very day, It is still on the record of this House. But we know the truth. And the truth contains no ifs, no buts, and no maybes. Mr. Speaker, the House was misled.
Hear, hear.
And so were the public. And we were all misled deliberately because the Prime Minister knew the truth.
Yep.
Not only were parties happening, not only was the law broken, the Prime Minister was at the very parties he denied had even happened.
Yep.
The truth is simple, and it's this. He lied to avoid getting caught. And once he got caught, he lied again. There is no other way to describe it. There is no other word for it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can understand that this may be a terrible truth for the government benches to hear. But it's a truth that they need to hear. And it's a truth they need to live with. And I say to the Father of the House, who I've got the utmost respect for, this has got nothing to do with any elections. This is about the behaviour of a Prime Minister in office. And much more importantly, the uncomfortable truth that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is a liar is exactly why they finally need to act and remove him from office.
Hear, hear.
And other Prime Ministers, including all the predecessors as Conservative Prime Ministers, would have been long gone by now. Mr. Speaker, the benches opposite put the Prime Minister in power. They have the power to remove him, and the public expect them to act. Mr. Speaker, we have reached this point. A motion of contempt and a sitting Prime Minister is shocking, but unfortunately it is no surprise.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
I will happily give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He's made an important point about the members on the benches opposite being here to listen and to see this. And regardless of the number of flushed or drained faces opposite, what does he say to those who have previously called for the Prime Minister to resign, but now, as things have got worse, have changed their position and are not here today?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, and I will come on to that in a little bit more detail. But I'd say to everybody, the Tory MPs that are here and those that are not here for whatever reason, is to show some moral fibre, to show a backbone, to recognise what this Prime Minister is doing to the very fabric of our democracy. And today of all days, to do the right thing and support this motion that is in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, but so many other parties in this House as well. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't forget that when the Tories put this Prime Minister into Downing Street nearly 3 years ago, the Tories knew, no, actually, it was the Conservatives that elected Boris Johnson as their leader. And the important fact, Mr. Speaker, is that the Tories knew exactly the kind of person that they were putting into the highest office in the land. They knew his track record. They knew his character. They knew who he was. They knew what he was. And they still chose him as their leader. Of everyone in this House, the members opposite know better than anyone else that a trail of scandal and law-breaking was always going to define his time in office. And in these 3 short years, unfortunately those who made those predictions haven't been disappointed. The sleaze and the scandal have been 10 a penny. From lying to the Queen, to illegally prorogate Parliament, to shut this Parliament...
We've got to be careful. I've asked for moderate language, more temperate language, and lying to the Queen and bringing the Queen into... I'm not having. Ian Blackford, I want you to withdraw. I want you to just withdraw that point.
In deference to yourself, Mr. Speaker, I will do so, but let's not forget the fact that the Prime Minister was found in the highest court in the land of illegally proroguing this Parliament. Stuffing the House of Lords,
as I said at the beginning, I know the honourable member will want to stick to what I said. It is about the terms of what we are debating. We can't go beyond that. So I know he's very good, and he can stick to the script that I've explained that we do so. Ian Blackford.
I will happily take that guidance, Mr. Speaker, but of course we'll reflect on the Supreme Court's judgment. Stuffing the House of Lords with Tory party donors, VIP lanes for COVID contracts, and even dodgy donations to decorate Downing Street. This is who the Prime Minister is. It is who he has always been. As Prime Minister, he has done exactly what it says on the tin. But the real point is this, and with every day that passes, and every day he stays in power, it is who the entire Conservative Party has now become.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very measured and powerful speech that will strike a chord with the electorate in my area of all political persuasions who have been writing to me calling for the Prime Minister's resignation. What they are not surprised at is the repeated behaviour of the Prime Minister, the lame excuses and the pattern repeating over and over again. What is surprising is that the honourable members opposite are keeping him in office. Why does my honourable friend think that is the case?
Well, I have to say, I hope that members opposite listen very carefully to what my honourable friend has said. Because the power to remove the Prime Minister rests with them. It rests with them. Because they can submit their letters to the 1922 committee. They can recognise the damage that this Prime Minister is causing to the fabric of our democracy, and yes, to the integrity and the honesty and the decency of this House. It is just, well, you know, here we go. Once again, the Conservatives want us to sit down and shut up. Yep. They don't wish to hear the voices of us that are here to represent our constituents, that quite frankly are appalled at the way that the Prime Minister has laughed at the people of these Isles with his behaviour over COVID. So, if members vote down this motion, not only are they endorsing all those scandals and all that sleaze, they are handing the Prime Minister a blank cheque to do it over again, and I would be surprised if the honourable gentleman opposite me would accept the scandals, the sleaze, the corruption, and is prepared to give the Prime Minister a blank cheque. Because I don't want to. If he wants to do that, he can rise and he can explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course he's right to be surprised, because of course I'm appalled, and that's why I was encouraging him to sit down, because if he would just let us speak, he might advance his own cause. Some of us actually are extremely disappointed, but I will just say while I've got the floor, he, I think, heard what I said on Tuesday. He's a brother in Christ. Does he not believe in redemption?
I believe, Mr. Speaker, in truth and justice. And I believe that when a Prime Minister has misled the House, that he should face the appropriate sanctions. Mr. Speaker, I know you understand that I couldn't...
My honourable argument, but the gentleman opposite talks about a contrite position. Does he not agree when the Conservative Party at prayer attacks the very foundations of the Church of England, we should be taking no lectures from them on being contrite or reconciled sinners?
I have to say, we've had the usual deflection from the Prime Minister over the course of the last few days. And to see the Archbishop of Canterbury being traduced
Listen to them.
the way that he was
The established church.
by the Prime Minister, the established church of their
England.
nation, to be traduced in such a way, my goodness, how utterly shameful. One more time and then I'll make some comments.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. And on the issue of Christian forgiveness, I wonder if it's worth pointing out to the House that before you can have Christian forgiveness, you first must have confession and contrition, neither of which we've seen from the Prime Minister.
Well, of course, how we get confession from a Prime Minister that denies everything, I just don't know. Mr. Speaker, I know you understand that I couldn't let this motion pass without a special word for the spineless Scottish Tories. Because in fairness, the Scottish Tory leader is probably the only person in the Conservative Party who finds himself in a deeper hole than the Prime Minister. In fact, he's so far down that political hole that he obviously found it impossible to dig his way out and make it down to London to vote his boss out tonight. Now, I know and understand that plenty of people back home are looking forward to the Scottish Tories being given a straight red in the council elections in a few weeks. For most people,
That's democracy. Democracy, eh?
there we go again, and I hope the people in Scotland are watching this, because what we see are the Conservatives trying to shout down parliamentarians in this House. That's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. For most people, it is very understandable. It is very understandable. There's Scotland's answer from the Tories. Let's shout Scotland down, because that's what they're doing this afternoon. For most...
Can we just calm down? I do want to hear the honourable gentleman, and I know he wants to get back on track. He doesn't want to distract from the importance of the debate. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for most people, it's very understandable that their main reaction to the flip-flopping Scottish Tory leader on his support for the Prime Minister is disbelief and justified anger. But I have to admit, when I reflect on the position of the Scottish Tory leader, my main reaction is something that I know he'll appreciate far, far less. I actually feel sorry for him, because he's by no means the first person to have his career ruined by the Prime Minister. That particular pile of people is a mountain high by this stage, because ultimately everybody, and I mean everybody, is eventually thrown under the Boris bus. As we saw yesterday, not even the Archbishop of Canterbury is safe. Clearly the days of the Church of England being the Conservative party at prayer are long gone. The Prime Minister's party are obviously praying to another God these days, though no doubt even that won't guarantee their salvation. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, that unjustified attack on the Archbishop gives another toxic insight into the thinking and methodology of the Prime Minister, because his modus operandi is very simple, and it's this. When he finds himself under political pressure, finds someone else to blame, anyone else, just as long as he never takes responsibility himself. Because nothing and nobody else matters. The only thing that does matter is that this Prime Minister will stop at nothing to save his own skin. That is why members opposite should not save him today. Think about it. He wouldn't even lift his finger to help them. So if they have any self-respect, they need to ask themselves, why should they even be contemplating walking through the lobbies for him? Mr. Speaker, let me end on this point. It might surprise members that as a party that is so unapologetically seeking out of this very institution and out of this Parliament, I actually do care how it acts, how it operates, and the values that it holds. And I care deeply for this reason, because today's motion isn't just about this Parliament or this place. We should all know by now that democracy and decency are under assault the world over. And Mr. Speaker, if we fail to defend these values in every single institution we are part of, these values will decay and decline. It was George Orwell who famously said that political chaos is connected with the decay of language. And I know that people are deeply fearful about just how real that prophecy has felt in the last few years. Because when language decays, so does the truth, and so does trust in our politics. A Prime Minister who can't be trusted with the truth marks the end of that very dangerous decline. So, if today is about anything, it has to be about finally ending that decline. That decline didn't start with this Prime Minister, but it needs to end with him. Because we should all be very clear to what the consequences are if this House fails to act today. If we don't act, if we don't stop, then this Parliament will be endorsing a new normal in this Parliament and across our politics. A new normal where no one is held responsible, where no one is held to account, and where no one ever resigns. And that is exactly why this motion matters, because it can and it will only ever become a new normal if we put up with it. It only becomes normal if those responsible aren't held to account and aren't made to answer for their actions. So I would genuinely ask members from across the House, but especially those members opposite, if they have any interest in maintaining some dignity and decency in public life, they should finally hold this Prime Minister to account for his actions and remove him from office. They should support this motion, and they should submit their letters of no confidence, and they should finally show this Prime Minister the door.
Yeah. William Ragg.
Thank you for calling me so early in this debate to deliver my sermon at this juncture. But if I may, by means of parish notices on this day, wish Her Majesty a happy 6th birthday. It's my intention, and still would be my intention were it to be moved, to vote against the government's amendment. I appreciate my right honourable friend, the Chief Whip's efforts to find a way through. He is somebody we are lucky to have in his role. However, we were at risk of making a mistake. The original motion is perfectly acceptable and allows for much of the spirit of the amendment. For example, the publication of the Grey Report would be automatic upon the conclusion of the Metropolitan Police's work. There was no need to complicate matters. The Ukraine situation is of huge importance, but the invasion of a sovereign nation by a dictatorial aggressor should not be a reason why we should accept lower standards ourselves. I have told the Prime Minister to his face that I think he is doing a good job robustly supporting the Ukrainian government, and Her Majesty's government, along with our nation, can be proud of their role and generosity. Let us give credit where credit is due. However, much as though I may have tried, I cannot reconcile myself to the Prime Minister's continued leadership of our country and the Conservative Party. I say this by means of context, so that everyone, particularly my constituents and colleagues, can understand my position without hiding my views with ever more elaborate disguises. To those constituents who disagree with me, I appreciate their anger, just as I can the anger of colleagues. However, say what you mean and mean what you say. I submitted my letter of no confidence to our honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West, in December of last year. I did so for the following reason. It followed the leak of the Allegra Stratton mock press conference video. In that video, I believe she did nothing wrong. She nervously laughed and sought to make light of an embarrassing situation. So to see her crying on her doorstep, feeling the full weight of responsibility and anger of a country, was deeply moving. And I felt immensely sorry for her. And I say this, I hope that she is well and that she will be able to continue her distinguished career. But what alarmed me most was later that evening, a press preview of the winter COVID Plan B measures brought forward to try to move matters on. Now, we debated those measures at length, but we can agree, perhaps not on their extent or their importance, but they nonetheless sought to compel or restrict what people in this country could do. I therefore thought to myself, if a government was prepared to bring such measures forward earlier in order to distract from its own embarrassment, that the Prime Minister was no longer fit to govern. I care deeply about my colleagues. I know that a number are struggling at the moment. We have been working in a toxic atmosphere. The parliamentary party bears the scars of misjudgments of leadership. There can be few colleagues on this side of the House, I would contend, who are truly enjoying being members of Parliament at the moment. It is utterly depressing to be asked to defend the indefensible. Each time, part of us withers. Now, I have questioned my place in this party in recent months, and perhaps that's symptomatic of a swathe of our voters in the country. But I tell them firmly, I'm not going anywhere. And I urge them to stick with us at the forthcoming elections. But for us to maintain their trust and confidence, we must be seen to do the right thing. It is our responsibility. It is the Conservative Parliamentary Party's responsibility. We must stop delegating and delaying our political judgment. We each only have our own limited and imperfect integrity. We can't keep spending it on others who we cannot be sure will not let us down. Now, I have great empathy for all of those who worked at Number 10 and in the Cabinet Office. They bore an immense burden and worked in the most intense pressure. They worked hard and they made sacrifices. And I also extend that same empathy to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who knows more than most the personal challenges and personal battles that came from the pandemic. But the matter before us is one at the heart of this institution, of our Parliament. I love this place, believing it to be a place of high ideals and purpose. What is said here matters. Quite apart from the Facebook clips about roundabouts and drains in our constituencies, or indeed the confected anger to wind people up, it should be a place venerated by those of us given the singular honour of being sent here. Now, of course, it can be a pantomime, a farce, turgidly boring, obscure, but it should always be reasonably honest. And it is for that, I hope not naive principle, that I cannot support the amendment, and I will vote for the main motion.
Come on, Mr. MacDonald, you've been here longer than most people. Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I warmly commend the honourable member for Hazel Grove on the speech that he just made. I think he did it with great courage and honesty, and frankly with the integrity that I think a lot of us have seen him show in his chairmanship of the committee. And I think that this House knows that select committees and the chairing of select committees is not always easy, because quite often people come to select committee meetings with fixed views. They're not all that interested in the evidence that is presented to them. And they resolutely hold the same view afterwards that they held at the beginning of the meeting, even though everything has been proved to be quite the opposite of what they thought. But I know from those who sit on his committee that he listens to the evidence and he is a very good parliamentarian as chair of the committee. I thought it all got a bit religious earlier, and I felt I was back at theological college. Being the only person, I think, in the House who can actually pronounce absolution on anybody, I thought I was suddenly going to get a new job. But can I just start by saying I want to warmly also commend the work that the Chief Whip has done this week, because I think he has got us today into a much better place than the House would have been if he hadn't made the decisions that he, doubtless advised by others, has made today. I had not expected to speak in this debate. I'll be very straight with the House, if you see what I mean, which is that it is sometimes very difficult being chair of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, because you get asked to comment on literally every single member of the House at some point. I am absolutely scrupulous in making sure that I never comment in public or in private on anything that might possibly come to either of the committees. I didn't think this matter would come to the Privileges Committee, which is why I commented on it. And consequently, I think it's quite right that I recused myself. I will not take part in the deliberations of the committee on this matter if the motion goes through in any shape or form. I think I could have done it fairly. I chaired the Standards Committee when we had the Prime Minister before us on a different matter, and we found that we disagreed with the Commission, and we found in the Prime Minister's favour. But I understand that the House needs to know absolutely for certain that the process will be fair. And so, in a strange way, that means I can actually say something today. All right.
Can I commend him for his speech and for his thorough sense of decency? But I just wonder, does he think the same principle should apply to other members of the Privileges Committee?
I will say something later about the Privileges Committee, but having recused myself, I don't think it's really for me to tell them what to do or how to behave. But the one thing I'm very keen on is I think that I passionately care about Parliament. I believe in Parliament. I believe in democracy. It's the only way that I can get change from my constituents is through the democratic process. And anything that undermines trust and confidence in Parliament damages my opportunity to do anything useful in my life at all. Which is why I always want to urge the House to be extremely careful in these matters of standards and privileges. Each generation of MPs has a special responsibility to burnish, not tarnish, the reputation of this House, because we hand democracy on to a future generation, and if we've undermined it, it may not last. I just draw to the House's attention that in this Parliament, 2 MPs have been found guilty of serious offences in a court of law, and another 2 are awaiting trial. 4 MPs have been suspended for 1 day, a minister was suspended for 7 days, and 7 MPs have been required to apologise to the House for breaches of the Code of Conduct. 3 MPs have resigned their seats in the face of convictions. The independent expert panel has suspended a member for 6 weeks for sexual harassment, made another apologise for bullying staff, and found another guilty of such terrible sexual harassment that he resigned his seat before the sanction came to the House. That is without any consideration of the matter of whether an honourable member or right honourable member has lied to the House. And it is not yet 6 months since the Owen Paterson saga, which I don't think really covered the House in glory. And in a very short period of time, 2 of our colleagues have been murdered. And others are wearing stab vests. We have to take the reputation of the House extremely seriously. Yes. Yeah. We have to burnish it, not tarnish it. I've heard ministers argue quite rightly that there has to be due process. I would say to the House that this is the due process. Yeah. It always has been the due process. When there's been a claim that either a member of the public or a member of the House might have committed a contempt of Parliament by lying to the House or breaching the confidentiality around a select committee report or whatever, the standard process is that it's sent to the Committee of Privileges, or as it used to be, the Committee of Standards and Privileges, and before that, the Committee of Privileges. So this is the due process. And I have absolute confidence in the other members of the committee that they will do a good job. They will think very carefully about, as the Right Honourable Member for Stone said, making sure that there is a fair hearing. Because the Court of Public Opinion isn't very good at providing a fair hearing, I find. The House should do a great deal better than the Court of Public Opinion. We try to uphold the rule of law. It's one of the duties for all MPs. And so I think it's particularly important that we make sure that there is a fair process, and I'm sure that the other committee members will do so. I'm not sure where that was coming from. Yes, of course, yes, the member for Wickham.
He makes a very powerful and important contribution, of course, mostly in relation to members of Parliament, but he will know occasionally somebody feels it necessary to use parliamentary privilege to say within the House things which those outside might otherwise sue for defamation over. Can he just confirm that he will consider whether we ought to have a right to reply for the public, so that if we use privilege, they've got some chance to put their side of the story?
The Honourable Member makes a very good point, and we've had some discussions outside the Chamber about this. The difficulty is, I'm not sure that that's a matter for the Committee of Standards and Privileges. I think it is a matter for the Committee on Procedure. And I think there is a very good argument for putting something in place so that there is a right of reply. I can't go further for reasons that he may be aware of.
I don't want to open this into that area of debate. I know exactly what's going on, and I think we can leave that part of it there. Chris Bryan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The second point I was going to make about fair process is that it's actually quite a high bar that the Committee on Privileges will have to consider. I mean, I think it is, as the Leader of the Opposition said earlier, not debated that the House was misled. I think even the Prime Minister effectively admits that the House was misled. It was said that that rules weren't broken, and it is self-evident that rules were broken. So the House was misled. It got a false impression. The question is whether that was intentional. And the committee will have to devise ways of investigating whether there was an intention. And in fact, when... Oh, well, I think I ought to give away over there first.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, and he is making an excellent and poignant speech, but does he not find it strange and deeply worrying that we seem to be in the position that the Prime Minister seemed unable or incapable of following his own rules and his own laws, yet he is using the rules of this place and the processes of this place to frustrate the course of, as one member has said, natural justice.
Chris Bryan.
Well, I would normally agree with her on these kind of things, and I sort of would have agreed with her last night, but I think we're getting to a better place now. I think, in a sense, sometimes the backbenchers persuade the front benches of a better course of action. I'm looking intently at the Chief Whip at the moment, the Government Chief Whip. I was just going to say, Mr. Speaker, but in one moment, as the clerk advised, in the case of whether Stephen Byers had misled the House on a single occasion in 2001, in order to find that Mr. Byers committed a contempt in the evidence session for the 14th of November 2001, the committee will need to satisfy itself not only that he misled the subcommittee, but that he did so knowingly or deliberately. As I say, that is quite a high bar, but it is for the committee to decide that. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman, then I will...
I'm very grateful
Sir
to
William
the honourable
Cash.
gentleman. I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman, first of all, because what he's just said is what I was going to raise with him, because the actual requirement under the Ministerial Code does say that it is open to a minister to correct any inadvertent error at the earliest opportunity. Ministers who knowingly mislead Parliament will be expected to offer their resignation to the Prime Minister. The question is knowingly, and I'm very grateful to him for making that point clear.
Well, I think he's agreeing with me, so I was agreeing.
Yeah, leave it at that.
And the only difference I would have with him is that he was talking about the Ministerial Code. The Ministerial Code is for the Prime Minister. Yeah. This House adjudicates on its rules, its code of conduct, and contempt of Parliament. So they're different matters. This is about upholding a simple principle around making sure that ministers speak honestly. I would say one other thing about the committee. It is very important that the 6 members of the committee are not pressurised by anybody. Yeah. Members may not be aware, but the Attorney General and the Solicitor General are able to attend those meetings, are able to take part in the deliberations, but not allowed to move amendments or vote. But it's very important that the committee is able to do its business without being lent on by anyone. Yeah. And then the final point I'd make, Mr. Speaker, is why I think all of this is important is because I care far more about what's happening in Ukraine and on the cost of living crisis than about this. Far more. I've got constituents who are in tears about their finances at the moment. They have absolutely no idea how they're going to pay their bills, how they're going to pay the rent, how they're going to find school uniforms and things like that. They are in tears. And all of us have seen the horror in Ukraine. I've been speaking for a very long time. I said in 2014 that if we didn't take Putin far more seriously, if we didn't impose far more stricter sanctions in 2014, he would end up coming for the rest of Ukraine. Yeah. So I care far more about those things than I do particularly about this motion today. But they're not alternatives. Exactly. I would argue it may be in coming months that the Prime Minister will have to come to this House and say, we're going to have to change our strategy on Russia. We may have to consider offensive weaponry. We may have to consider British troops being put in a place of danger. Similarly, the Prime Minister may have to come to this House and say, I have to ask the British people to make further sacrifices because the economy is in a very difficult place and the public finances are in a very difficult place. You need, at a moment of national and international crisis, a leader of completely and utterly unimpeachable moral authority. I don't think we have that at the moment. I don't think we have that by a long chalk. But that's why these two things are intimately connected and not separate. It's why I believe this must be referred to the Committee on Privileges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say I appreciate and respect the seriousness of tone that the Right Honourable Member, the Chair of the Privileges Committee, just brought to the debate. I respect the work that he does as Chair of the Committee, and I respect the work of the other members of the committee too. And that seriousness of tone, I believe, is an important one that we should try and adhere to. It is inevitable that there will be a party political overlay to this, and it is inevitable that with the proximity of important local elections, party political elements and electoral considerations will intrude, as they have today, and I'm sure as they will be, in the way that whatever is decided will be reported later. But at the end of the day, the debate that we're dealing with is about a very serious matter, and it therefore deserves a serious tone. The Right Honourable gentleman referred to his past calling, if I may put it that way, as influencing his approach, and I respect that too. Well, perhaps I can do the same. I'm very conscious. I'm very proud of the fact that I was a lawyer before I became a politician, and I'll be a lawyer after I finish being a politician. And therefore, I hope to approach decisions like this from the perspective of a lawyer. And that may cause me, perhaps I can make a little bit of progress before I give way, and that may cause me, perhaps, in the view of some, to be cautious. But I'd rather be accused of being cautious than be accused of acting upon inadequate evidence or without a full and proper process. So that's the preamble to what I'm about to say, and I'll give way, of course.
I thank you for Is the problem not? And let's assume that the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House, that from the beginning he was not straight with us, even if he knew he was at a birthday sing-song and with a birthday cake. Why did he delay it for such a long time to be straight with Parliament? And isn't the point that we are here today, so close to the local election, the delay that has been caused by he himself, not by us here on the opposition benches?
Robert Neal.
I don't think that actually reflects the tone of the debate that we've been taking so far. And if with respect to the Honourable Lady, although I'll touch upon some of those matters, I'm not going to follow directly down that route. Because what we're talking about is an important and a serious matter. It's important because it relates not just to the incidents which are reported, and I think now, to some degree at any rate, accepted to have happened in number 10 Dowding Street, but it relates to a general culture and attitude, and it's important for this House because it relates to three important things, which I certainly hold dear, and I hope all the House hold dear. One is the issue of public trust. The second is respect for the rule of law, and that in the context of adherence to the laws, and the fact that the laws made by this House must be adhered to by all equally. And can I just finish the phrase? I'm going to finish the phrase again. There's always a tendency to intervene while someone's partway through a sentence. And the third point that I wish to make is that respect for the rule of law also means respect for procedural fairness. And that's the point I'm going to come on to in a moment. Now, I know one of the honourable members opposite wanted to intervene, and I'll do that first and then come to my honourable friend.
Mr. Speaker, I do thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I would just put on the record that he has been extremely courteous to me on a personal level ever since my first appearance here. I have great respect for the honourable member. I suspect that he, like I, and I speak as a Scot, is a unionist, and the benches in front of me know that. I believe in the United Kingdom. I believe in the benefits of the union between Scotland and England and Ireland and Northern Ireland and Wales. But part of the reason that union works is exactly what the honourable gentleman was talking about, is the respect for this place and the way we do things. So my point I make to the honourable gentleman is this: does he think that the continuation of the Prime Minister in office will strengthen or threaten that precious union?
Sir Robert.
As I will make apparent shortly, I will come to my conclusion as to the position of the Prime Minister, as I'm entitled to as a Conservative Member of Parliament, once I've had the full evidence. The importance of the respect of this institution in the various parts of the United Kingdom is, of course, well made, and I take that on board.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend.
Sir William.
And I would also like to commend his committee and his own role in this, in the investigation that took place with respect to the issue of fixed penalty notices. And just to note that the Council for Domestic Legislation, as he will remember, says that there was a great deal of lack of clarity as to what regulations apply to specific situations at what times, and so on, as I shall refer to if I can call a bit later. The bottom line is that I'm sure that the chairman of this committee, who's a very distinguished chairman of that committee, appreciates that in relation to the rule of law question he's just raised, it is by no means clear exactly what the law is on these subjects.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his observation. Perhaps that brings me on to the point I was going to make. The subject of the motion is, of course, not of itself the fixed penalty notice that was accepted by the Prime Minister or any of the other fixed penalty notices. It is, as is rightly said, the question of whether or not there was a deliberate misleading of the House. I think that's the common ground. Of course, the fixed penalty notices are part of the factual background that give rise to that. And he is quite right to say that the Justice Committee was critical of the fixed penalty regime that was brought in on a number of counts. And in particular, the confusion that existed in many people's minds, ordinary individuals whose cases would never be the subject of any comment in this House or in the media, of the distinction or non-distinction sometimes between guidance and law. And we were critical of that, and we were critical also of the use of fixed penalty notices for what were specifically described, and I think it is worth putting on the record, as criminal offences. Because I did take the trouble to look again at the regulations. And the original 2000 regulations, which were then amended shortly before the incident in which we were concerned, specifically are set out in terms that a failure to comply with a restriction under the regulations creates an offence. And the word offence is specifically used in the regulation. So we should not minimise that. We should not therefore say this is a civil matter, this is equivalent to a parking ticket. It is not. That's a simple question of fact. The Ministry of Justice accepted that in the statement which it made at the time the regulations were brought in, and the Justice Committee, when carrying out that inquiry, heard that in evidence indeed from the noble Lord Wolfson of Tredegar, when he gave evidence to us, and also from Sir Jonathan Jones, QC, the former Treasury Solicitor. So that is in fact common ground. I'll equally accept, and I'm sure anyone else with experience in legal matters would, that within the range of fixed penalties, a fixed penalty notice of £50 is at the lowest end, pretty much at the lower end of the scale of the fixed penalty notices that are available. Again, something that the Select Committee raised as to whether or not sort of level of fixed penalty notices that were imposed were really appropriate to be dealt with by way of fixed penalty rather than fine. But that's by way of background. But that's all very well. So therefore, we're dealing with something which was an offence. Accepting the fixed penalty discharges and, if you like, deals with a criminal matter, but it doesn't change its nature. So we shouldn't try and minimise it. And I don't. And I will say, without having come to a final decision about the Prime Minister's position, that I'm profoundly disappointed in what happened at number 10 Downing Street. People were badly let down. My constituents feel badly let down. I feel personally badly let down by what happened. And there must be consequences that follow from that. Now, what the consequence is, I think anyone would accept in fairness, depends upon an ultimate assessment of the measure of culpability. And that's why I would prefer, both in making my own personal decision and ultimately in the House making a decision, to wait until we have the full evidence and information before us. And that's why I had the amendment been tabled in the government's name been made, I would happily have voted for it, because I do think that full evidence includes not just the conclusion of the police investigations and nuisance or otherwise of any other fixed penalty notices, but also the content of the Sugro report. Because as anyone appreciate, the Sugro report is very likely to include material which gives background and context which goes beyond the strict requirements of what is factually the statement of facts, if you like, that go with a fixed penalty notice. So that's why it's important to have that. I've been very generous with my time. I know many want to speak, but I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable and learned friend for giving way. Does he therefore appreciate that what he's just said about the Sue Gray report explains why some of us at least have been asking time and time again for it to be published in full, unredacted, immediately?
Yes, and I agree with him in that respect. I think it was unfortunate, I say no more than that, that the way the investigation by the police has been handled, and I say no more than that, has led to a delay which may not have been needed in terms of prejudicing any ongoing investigations. So, as a matter of fact, I believe it should be published in full at the earliest possible opportunity now. I certainly agree with him on that point. Now, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady and then I'll move on to my next point.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for giving way, and he's making a very sound legal argument, and I acknowledge where he's coming from. But would he agree with me that in politics, as in life, very often there comes a point in an issue where one needs one's closest friends, one's strongest allies, one's wisest counsel to put a hand on the shoulder and say, enough. What you're doing now is going too far. It's damaging yourself, in this case your party, and potentially the country. Stop. That is what is in the best interest. Would the Honourable Member agree with me?
It's a little more of a mini speech and an intervention, and I simply say this. I will speak for myself and the advice that I give to my friends and that which I say to my constituents and to this chamber. As I made it clear, I would have preferred that we had the Sue Gray report as well as all other material before we took a decision on reference to the committee. But I would not stand in the way of this motion unamended because matters of important public interest arise. I personally will withhold my final decision until I do have all of that material. And you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that a very obvious reason for that is, for example, that a course of conduct may very appropriately attract a different judgment and different consequences from an isolated incident, particularly if it were one that were immediately admitted to and no more occurred. So that context is going to be really important to me personally. I think ultimately will be important to this House and actually will be important to the broader community and to the country as a whole. So that's my word of caution. That's why I would have supported the amendment, and I understand and appreciate the spirit in which the Treasury bench brought it forward. But I'm not going to stand in the way of this motion proceeding either, because there are important issues. I will then, in due course, make my final conclusion, and when I do that, I won't be backwards in coming forwards about it. But I do hope that I will manage to do so with a spirit of perhaps loyally, but also the way I've tried to do politics, of genuine calmness and based upon the facts and the evidence. Because that is what the country deserves at the end of the day, is an assessment based calmly upon the evidence and the facts applied to the relevant tests that this House or the other appropriate bodies apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by going back to the excellent speech by the Honourable Member for Rhondda. And he was, in his concluding remarks, he talked about the economic crisis facing our country and our constituents. And he's right to put that in the context of the debate today, because I think it speaks about the need to have a government with a leader that can command respect. With inflation at 7%, its highest rate for 30 years and rising still, with families facing the deepest fall in their living standards since the 1950s,
With the pain of those energy bills and those rising food prices, compounded by the government's unfair tax rises, we know that our constituents are facing real hardship. It's not just a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of living emergency. And at such a time, the country needs a government that's going to be focused on tackling that economic emergency. And crucially, it needs a government that it can trust, with, as the honourable member said, moral authority. And I don't believe this Prime Minister and this government has that. And I believe that the Prime Minister's behaviour has been profoundly damaging to that trust. Breaking the very laws he himself introduced, laws he was telling everyone else to follow, laws he rightly said were essential to save lives and protect our NHS, laws that forced countless families to make enormous sacrifices. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's time Conservative MPs listened to the British people, people who kept to the rules and made those sacrifices. For example, a small business owner in Bramall who said, whilst I had to sit and watch the business I'd built up for 35 years collapse because my customers and I obeyed the rules, the Prime Minister decided he would ignore them. My family and I will never forgive him and those that treated us like fools. The member for Cheadle would do well to reflect on her constituents' words when she continues to support this law-breaking Prime Minister. Well, this message, the member for Eastbourne, from a constituent of hers who attended his father's funeral just 4 days after the Prime Minister's birthday party. We sat apart. We didn't hug each other. We weren't allowed to have a wake to celebrate his life. I just came home and cried that he was gone. When the next election comes round, I will remember. And the member for Lewis, whose constituent said, my parents were unable to attend my uncle's funeral. This pain will remain with them. The conduct and subsequent untruths of the Prime Minister are disgraceful and only add insult to their hurt. And that's the key point, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't just the fact that the Prime Minister broke his own laws. It's that he thought he could get away with it by taking the British people for fools. He stood at that dispatch box and told this House and the country repeatedly that there was no party, that all guidance and rules were followed at all times in number 10. The fact he thought he could get away with such absurd claims, let's be honest, we all knew were false at the time, and which the police have now confirmed were false, speaks volumes. It says clearly that this Prime Minister takes the British people for granted. He thinks the rules that apply to the rest of us simply don't apply to him. As a constituent of the member for Wimbledon says, the Prime Minister seems a man without shame and devoted to one principle only, staying in number 10. He is disgrace to the office of Prime Minister and an insult to the millions of the electorate who played by the book. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Grateful to understand where that quote come from, because I don't recognise it.
To the Honourable Gentleman, I'll make sure that he does. The fact that Conservative MPs have let the Prime Minister get away with all this until now speaks volumes about them. They could have kicked this Prime Minister out of Downing Street 10 months ago and begun to restore the public's trust and confidence in the government and in our democracy. Instead, Conservative MPs have so far...
Sorry, it's a point of order. Point of order, Mr. Hammond.
Unless I misheard the Honourable Gentleman, he has just said that I wrote something. Now, what did you... Sorry...
He said he said something. He says that mess up, then, David. He said he didn't, so that's fine, isn't it?
Instead, Conservative MPs have so far ducked their responsibility, only eroding public trust and confidence even further. The member for Cheltenham, for example, once said that his red line for resignation from the government was if there was a scintilla of a suggestion of unlawful action. Well, the Prime Minister has been fined by the police, yet the member for Cheltenham is still drawing his government salary. By keeping the Prime Minister in his job, Conservative MPs have made themselves guilty by association. And if they vote no, if they vote to kick the can down the road again, if they vote to bend the rules, to let one of their own off the hook again, if they don't hold the Prime Minister to account for his law-breaking and lies by voting this Prime Minister out, Conservative MPs should know that their constituents will hold them to account at the ballot box. Perhaps the member for Winchester should listen to the vet in his constituency who says, if I broke the rules and lied about it, I would get struck off. So why hasn't the Prime Minister been struck off? Lifelong Conservative voters in Guildford are saying they can't vote for the Conservatives anymore. Mr. Speaker, they complain about elections. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, if they won't hold this Prime Minister to account, the electorate will have to hold this Prime Minister to account. And the constituent of the member for Wokingham tells me that his MP, and I...
We're mentioning a lot of members and members' constituents. I hope the members have been notified we're going to be name-checked.
I'm sorry, I have not notified.
Well, So what I would say is, can we now, if you're not going, I suggest that we don't name any more unless the members are aware of it. And in fairness, I think it's only fair in future we do that.
I take your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I was quoting from their constituents. That was the point, so that their voices could be heard in this House. Mr. Speaker, the last 24 hours have shown that the government is in total disarray. Conservative MPs are clearly too ashamed to back the Prime Minister, but still too complicit to sack him. The people each of us represent know the truth. They know the Prime Minister deliberately misled them and deliberately misled this House. It is an insult to their constituents, especially bereaved families in their seats. And it will be another Conservative stain on our democracy. If Conservative members fail to sack this Prime Minister, they will leave the British people no choice. And when it comes to the council elections on the 5th of May, let alone the next general election, it will become the patriotic duty of every voter to send this Conservative government a message that enough is enough by voting against them. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has held this House and the whole country in contempt for far too long. Now it must be this House's turn to hold him in contempt.
Where's Ellen? You're all right.
That this matter has moved far, far beyond law into matters of deep politics and fundamental values. And I think as we consider both the motion and the issue at hand, every last member of this House might remember some very, very old wisdom. That actually, if any of us says that we never fall short, that we never break a rule, that we never harm someone else, if anyone ever says that, then I'm afraid they deceive themselves and truth is not within them. So I am very grateful that we live in a society with the possibility of redemption, the possibility of mercy, the possibility that when somebody fulsomely apologises in a spirit of humility going on for some hours, that there is a possibility of redemption. And that, of course, is not to excuse what has been done. That is not to defend it. That is not to condone it. It's not in any way to say that what went on was okay. It would be to accept that it was wrong and nevertheless to forgive. And forgiveness is difficult. No one should pretend otherwise. Now, well, I think she's going to enjoy the rest of my speech, but I will give way to her for a moment.
I thank him for giving way. When we talk about redemption and forgiveness, isn't it at the earliest point possible, rather than drawing things out like the Prime Minister has done? And I think this is his main problem. Had he come here and immediately at least expressed his doubt that maybe he was at something that he didn't consider to be a party, it would be better. But that he denied everything was the main problem that we find in this House so difficult to swallow.
I'm very grateful to her, and I think she will recognise the spirit and the inspiration of what I'm saying, as people did on Tuesday. But I don't wish to be drawn excessively into theology about the timing of one's repentance. But I do wish to move on, because I think the point that I want to make in this moment is that many of us in this House, I can see members in front of me, choose to live their lives under certain commands. To love even their enemies, to bless those who curse them, and yes, to forgive as they are forgiven, sometimes for some grave matters. So when I sat here and listened to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, say these words in the House of Commons, which I won't put back on the record, people know what he said, when I read them again in Hansard, I think this is an apology worthy of consideration, of forgiveness for what went on, because this has moved beyond law. As far as I know, no one else in this country is being investigated by the police for retrospective offences. It's gone, it's behind them, it's past. But in number 10 in Downing Street, they are being held to a higher standard. They are being held to a higher standard in ways that other members of the public are not. And I can hear members barracking. The point is that is right. What I demand is that when we set these, I'm sorry, not merely draconian, but barbaric rules on other people, everybody in the centre of power should have understood that they had to obey not merely the letter, but the spirit of the rules. And I'm sorry, there should have been no cake in number 10, no booze in number 10. Well, just one moment, no booze in number 10. These things should not have happened. I do not defend, or I do not condone in any way what happened. And I'm spoiled for choice. I'll give Ray to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the member for giving way, and I am mesmerised by his psychic powers if he does not understand that all offences are retrospective unless he knows someone's going to commit an offence. But does he not agree with me that to err is human, to forgive is divine, to repeatedly transgress, as this report already shows us, is something else? And isn't it important that we have this inquiry now to understand whether that has happened and whether there has been a repeated offence against us? Because in the last year, half of the public have lost even what little trust they had in politicians. The longer this goes on, the more repetition there is, all of us are besmirched. Isn't it right, in that spirit of forgiveness and redemption, that we are all given the opportunity for salvation?
Not for the first time, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady tempts me to give her references, and I would encourage her on the point of repeated offences and forgiveness to look at Romans 7. But the point, she does also invite me to clarify what I said. Of course, all offences are retrospective. The point I'm making is that the police are treating Downing Street staff especially harshly in a way that the rest of the public are not being treated. Well, if the gentleman wants to say it's not true, I'll take his intervention.
People up and down this country who've received fines way beyond the measure they're imposing down in one street. He's got to get his facts straight before he stands up and says they've been treated more harshly. That is simply not accurate.
Of course, people up and down the country have been fined and punished and all the rest of it, and he knows perfectly well that I've stood here and complained about those things far more than he has, or anybody over on that side. He knows that perfectly well. The point I'm making is that the police are going back some months to offences committed some time ago in a way that they're not for other people, and I think that is accurate, and I think my honourable friend the Minister was nodding along earlier, and indeed she nods again. So in order to move on, when I sat here and listened to these words, I was deeply moved. For all that I have said, if he broke the law or acquiesced in breaking the law, if he lied at the dispatch box, he must go, I still felt moved to forgive. But I want to be honest to the House and to my voters that spirit of earnest willingness to forgive lasted about 90 seconds of the 1922 committee, which was its usual, I'm sorry to say, orgy of adulation, a great festival of bombast, and I'm afraid I cannot bear these things. This level of transgression, this level of demand for forgiveness requires more than an apology, drawing a line under it and moving on in the way that the Prime Minister sought to do overnight with his interviews. I'm afraid the Prime Minister and those who advise him, and I'm sorry to be saying this on the record like this, they need to understand that this is a permanent stone in his shoe. For those of us who want to forgive him, we've got to see permanent contrition and a permanent change of attitude, a permanent acknowledgement that people like my constituent, married for 50 years, didn't get to see his wife in a care home on the 50th wedding anniversary, didn't get to see her, I think, possibly just through a window for her 75th birthday. I've only been married 25 years, but I know what that means to me. What am I to say to that man who didn't see his wife before she died, after 50 years, 75th birthday? What am I to say? Well, I tell you what I could say to him. I could say, because I know who he is, you and I are Christian men, and forgiveness is hard. And I don't like forgiving him. My spirit is much more full of wrath and vengeance. I feel much more Ezekiel 7:3 about this, and I'd invite anybody to look it up. I don't want to forgive him. I do not want to forgive our Prime Minister. The trouble is, I like him. And the trouble is, I helped him get where he is. I'll come back to that in a moment. And the problem is I am under a command to forgive. So the point I'm making is, and actually I'll talk about what the Right Honourable Gentleman Skye and Lochaber said. When I and others went out of our way not only to make him Prime Minister, but to do our bit, one case, my case, systematically to help get an 80-seat majority, we did not think that he was going to exhibit a meticulous grasp of tedious and boring, minute rules. Of course we didn't. But we did know he had two jobs. He had to get us out of the European Union, which he was fully committed to doing, and he had to defeat the radical leaders of the Labour Party, and he had to do it in an environment where everyone was exhausted, we were testing our constitution to destruction, and the very internal stability of the United Kingdom was at stake. And that's the job we gave him to do, and by goodness, he did do it. And for that I am thankful, and for that he will live with my thanks forever, and he will deserve to be lauded in the history books. But the problem I have now got, having watched what I would say is contrition, beautiful, marvellous contrition, isn't my sense of it, is it rather in a sense only lasted as long as it took to get out of the headmaster's study. And that's not good enough for me, and it's not good enough for my voters. I'm sorry, it's not. And I'm afraid I'm now in a position where I have to acknowledge that if the Prime Minister occupied any other office of senior responsibility, if he was a Secretary of State, if he was a Minister of State, a Parliamentary Under-Secretary, a Permanent Secretary, a Director General, if he was a Chief Executive of a private company or a Board Director, he would be long gone. The reason that he is not long gone is because removing a sitting Prime Minister is an extremely grave matter, and goodness knows people will know I've had something to do with that too. It's an extremely grave matter, an extremely big decision, and it tends to untether history, and all of us should approach such things with reverence and awe and an awareness of the difficulty of doing it and the potential consequences, and that's why I've been tempted to forgive. But I have to say now, the possibility of that really, for me, has gone. I have to say, I'm sorry, that for not obeying the letter and the spirit, and I think we have heard that the Prime Minister did know what the letter was, the Prime Minister now should be long gone. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll certainly vote for this motion, but really, the Prime Minister should just know the gig's up.
The House will be aware that a great many people wish to speak this afternoon, and if we are to continue the spirit of fairness one to the other, I hope that we'll manage without a time limit. So I'm testing the integrity of honourable members. Please stick to around 5 minutes, and that way everybody will have the chance to participate more or less equally. If it doesn't work, I'll put on a time limit as usual. Where's Carl Turner gone? There you are. Carl Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I intend to be less than 5 minutes. But I think this is probably the most unusual debate that I've had the privilege, frankly, to speak in since the time that I was elected to this House in 2010. It's unusual, Madam Deputy Speaker, because unlike on Tuesday of this week, when I suggested that the electorate had already concluded that the Prime Minister was either a liar or an idiot, I was called to order by the Speaker, and perhaps the Speaker was right. But look, the truth is, we have good reason to suggest that we've been misled by the Prime Minister. Why? He repeatedly said that no rules were broken. He repeatedly said that no parties had taken place.
He then suggested that he didn't understand the rules that had been written by him, by his government. He couldn't get his head around those terribly complex rules. And then I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, contemptuously, he or Downing Street, the spin men and women from Downing Street, suggested that this was just a bit like a speeding offence. And I think the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst made this point. Of course it's nothing like a speeding offence. These are criminal sanctions, and in fact, if you want to talk about speeding offences, there's something called the totting up procedures. So if you get one speeding offence, it's 3 penalty points. If you manage to end up with 4 offences in a 3-year period, you're banned, disqualified from driving for a period of a minimum of 12 months. And if you're a newly qualified driver, if you're somebody who don't really understand the news, the rules because you're new into the thing, and you get 2 speeding penalties, you are banned from driving, disqualified from driving. In fact, you have your driving licence revoked. I'd rehearsed a speech that I was intending to make today, but I've binned it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because whilst I was here waiting to be called, a constituent contacted me, Wendy Phillips, and she says this: I'm watching the debate. Your constituent, Lily Cam, Tory voter for over 50 years, fell ill with COVID exactly 2 years ago. 4 weeks later, she died in a care home whilst the Prime Minister parted. The family feels so guilty. She was only in a care home for her own safety for 5 months. We let her down. I'm watching this in tears. I let her down. I was her voice. I persuaded her to enter this care home for her own good. I carry that guilt daily. So I pray, Nate, to members opposite, think carefully today. Think very carefully about what the decision they take on behalf of their constituents is. Look in the mirror and look back, see what's looking back. Is it someone who is honourable? Someone who is not prepared to put up with a Prime Minister misleading the country? If they don't, I'm afraid to tell them that the electorate, who have already decided, will make their anger known at the next election. Thank you.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to put on the record that many of my constituents are angry, upset and hurt by the activities in Downing Street. I have heard many harrowing tales of the sacrifices my constituents have made. But I want to address one point. The Leader of the Opposition refused to take my intervention, and I want to address what I was going to say. The Leader of the Opposition implied that he wanted to rise above party politics, and indeed, that is a noble sentiment. However, I dispute that that was what was happening for 2 reasons. Firstly, I understand that a Labour Party spokesman last night was briefing that Conservative MPs who did not vote for this option would, quote, pay a price, that individual campaigns would be launched against them in their constituencies. That is threatening, bullying, toxic talk. And I sincerely hope that that does not happen. The second reason that I think this is not entirely above party politics is that the gentleman opposite, the member for Ilford South, North, my apologies, trailed the studios today, talking about local elections and about superior leadership shown by the Leader of the Opposition. I'd like to remind this House that the Leader of the Opposition twice campaigned for the member for Islington North to be put into the highest office in the land, a man who was later censured by the EHCR for anti-Semitism. And think what would have happened had he been the leader with the situation in Ukraine. Let me tell you, that is leadership that I can do without.
Caroline Lucas.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We often see the worst of Parliament, certainly in recent weeks and months, but I think particularly with the speeches by the Right Honourable Members for the Rhondda and indeed for Hazel Grove, we are also seeing at least some of the best of Parliament this morning as well. I want to be clear about what's at stake in today's debate, because this isn't just about parties or about cake or about a fixed penalty notice akin to a parking ticket. What is up for debate today are our most profound democratic principles and the very concept of decency in public life. Leading by example versus hypocrisy, truth versus lies, and respect versus contempt. And that is so because the Prime Minister has sealed his place in history as the first lawbreaker to have been fined while occupying our premiership, proving beyond doubt that he misled this House when he told us repeatedly that no rules were broken. Well, we now know that they were broken and broken by him. Our democracy depends on the truth being told by ministers. That is why resignation is what is expected when this basic and fundamental standard is not met. So this isn't about cake in a box or the number of minutes spent at a gathering. This is about a Prime Minister failing to hold himself to the highest standards at a time of unprecedented national sacrifice and then covering it up. This is about a Prime Minister holding both Parliament and the public in contempt. A Prime Minister trashing decency in public life and undermining the foundations of our democracy. And so when last night the Prime Minister tried to brush off the importance of today's debate by saying, and I quote, "You're better off talking and focusing on the things that matter," he couldn't have been more misguided. Being able to trust our ministers, and above all, the Prime Minister, matters in this place more than anything, because without it, the whole edifice collapses. Parliament has many roles, but its most important one is surely the role we play in providing a check on executive power through our ability to scrutinise the actions of government ministers. Without that, they would be free to exercise their powers as arbitrarily as they pleased. Yet our ability to play that role is totally undermined if we can't trust what ministers tell us, if we can't rely on the accuracy of the information that ministers are giving to Parliament. If ministers can get away with misleading answers, what is the point of asking the questions? If you hollow out the scrutiny process because the answers could be lies, you hollow out this whole place. So if MPs don't launch an investigation when the Prime Minister has been found to have personally broken a law which he repeatedly told this House had not been broken, it is not just the Prime Minister's credibility that's damaged. It's the credibility of Parliament itself, and indeed the credibility on which our entire system of democratic governance is built. Madam Deputy Speaker, this whole sorry episode has demonstrated that Parliament's governance structures, our systems of checks and balances, is in urgent need of reform. It cannot be right that if the Prime Minister makes a misleading statement and commits a contempt against Parliament, it's up to the Prime Minister themselves to determine any consequences. It is beyond ludicrous that the arbiter of whether or not the ministerial code has been broken is the person who's accused of breaking it, the Prime Minister. It is preposterous that if MPs wanted to recall a recall of Parliament to happen to discuss a matter such as this, it is only the Prime Minister who can initiate it. As MPs, we are unable to require ministers to correct the record if they mislead the House. We can't compel an investigation into such actions or impose sanctions. Madam Deputy Speaker, old boys club rules that simply assume honour are manifestly not adequate. And as a result, a rogue Prime Minister is running rings around us. So surely this is a moment when we must review those archaic procedures that have been so clearly demonstrated to be unfit for purpose. We need independent oversight of the ministerial code. We need new mechanisms to be able to call to account a Prime Minister who deliberately misleads the House, a Prime Minister who, in the words of the respected constitutional historian, the Lord Hennessy of Nympsfield, has shredded the ministerial code, a crucial part of which, he says, is the spinal cord of the Constitution. That code includes an overarching duty on ministers to comply with the law. And if you've broken your overarching duty, it's clear you have an overarching responsibility to go. But our system is broken. And the glaring flaws in how the ministerial code functions have been recently investigated by the Committee on Standards in Public Life, chaired by the Lord Evans of Weardale. That committee reported on the importance of high ethical standards just 1 month before we found out about the rule breaking in number 10. The chair made it clear that our standards regulation, which relies simply on convention, is no longer satisfactory. It is quietly damning and on point. The House must urgently act on the committee's key recommendations that, and I quote, ethics regulators and the codes they enforce should have a basis in primary legislation, and that government has a more thorough and rigorous compliance functions. In other words, we can no longer leave this in the Prime Minister's hands. On the ministerial code in particular, the committee found that meaningful independence for the independent advisor is the benchmark for any effective standards regulation, and that the current arrangements for the advisor still fall below that bar. Now that must urgently change if we are to restore any respect for this place. In particular, we urgently need to implement the call for the independent advisor on the code to be appointed by an independent panel rather than by the Prime Minister. And it is vital that they should be able to initiate their own investigations and have the authority to determine breaches of that code. We must also grapple with who should decide and issue sanctions in the event of a breach by the Prime Minister themselves. The vested interest of a rule breaker deciding their own sanction cannot be discounted any longer. In my final words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say a few words about the situation with the war on Ukraine. It is the centrality of truthfulness to our democracy that makes it such a serious misjudgment to seek to put our democratic standards on hold because of the brutal war on Ukraine, as some honourable members have suggested. Attempts to corrode democracy and promote the politics of division is exactly what runs through Putin's war strategy, which means that it is now more urgent than ever that we have a Prime Minister here with unquestionable moral authority. The resignation letter of the Lord Wolfson of Tredegar, who resigned from the government as a Justice Minister, had it exactly right. The government can, and I quote, only credibly defend democratic norms abroad, especially at a time of war in Europe, if we are and are seen to be resolutely committed both to the observance of the law and also to the rule of law here. Putting decency on pause, bending our rules, plays into Putin's hand because his brutal war on Ukraine is not just a battle for territory, it is about democracy and is about the rule of law. It is also the case that we have a long tradition, as many other members have said, of removing war leaders, and the ability to change a leader during a crisis is a strength of our system. I will.
Just before the Honourable Lady gives way, I did ask for 5 minutes and the Honourable Lady has taken 9. She might wish to consider whether she's giving way or whether she might be concluding soon.
Speaker, on that note, I will not give way. I had not realised it was 9 minutes. I will bring my comments to a close, but simply to say again that this matter could not be more important, and that's why it matters so much that the resolution is passed later today.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Speaker. I want to open by acknowledging what I thought was a fair, measured spirit in which the Leader of the Opposition opened this debate. I thought he spoke in a fair-minded way, as have many other members and right honourable members on all sides, including those friends of mine who have sadly decided that they can no longer support the Prime Minister. But I want to speak in his defence, today because somebody has to. And I acknowledge, in all seriousness, how big a mistake he made. Of course, he should apologise for it and take responsibility and accept the verdict of the police, whether he was surprised by that verdict or not. And if he lied to this House, of course, he should resign. But he didn't. Patently, he didn't. Patently, he didn't break the law deliberately. And so patently, he didn't deliberately mislead this House. Any more than the Leader of the Opposition deliberately misled the House when he said that the PM had slandered the BBC. And I welcome his sort of apology that he made earlier. And we can now all move on from that mistake and remember that only those who are without sin should be casting stones. So I do not minimise the importance of this scandal. Many, many people are outraged by what has gone on and have written to me to that effect. Many are just the usual haters who always despised the Prime Minister, but many are the respectable tendency of our country, often Conservative voters, who just want a steady, decent, respectable government. And I think particularly of my councillors in Devizes and party members who have written to me in despair of what the Prime Minister has done. And they are right to want a steady, decent, responsible government. We don't have to have a soap opera in Downing Street. But we do need a government and a Prime Minister who can see the big picture and make the big calls. One who doesn't always play for safety. One who doesn't always do the conventional thing that the officials suggest. One who doesn't always think, what would John Major do? So let me finish with a word about the character of the Prime Minister, who I've known a little for many years, and who I had the privilege of working closely with in Downing Street in those crazy months in the second half of 2019, when he and my other old friend Dominic Cummings drove through the strategy that finally got Brexit done. There was a lot of smoke and noise in those months, but in the midst of it all, I saw the Prime Minister in relentless pursuit of the mission. Total flexibility about the methods to be used, including a proportionate response to the tactics taken by the other side in their attempt to subvert the democratic process. The European Union saw how serious he was at that time, and it is because of that that they finally accepted a deal that we could also accept. And the country saw it, and they responded with a landslide election victory for our party. And I don't believe any other leader would have done it. Now, none of this would justify lying to this House, but I don't believe he did lie. And those are the reasons why I follow him, in spite of everything. In spite of his accepting a slice of birthday cake when he shouldn't have. In spite of overseeing a number 10 operation that let the country down. In spite of some policies that I am unhappy with. I support him because he was anointed by the people in 2019 to deliver a great mission, to unite and level up the country, and because he can make the big calls that are needed at this time. Thank you.
Yes, I can anoint people.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member from Devizes. Well, may I just politely and respectfully point out the difference between the approach of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. When the Leader of the Opposition erred, he came straight to that dispatch box and amended the record, and that's what we're asking the Prime Minister to do. There's a huge distinction between the two cases. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are at a crisis point for our democracy. The Nolan Principles provide clear guidance as to conduct in public office, but they're being more honoured in the breach than the observance. We know that when the Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box and told this House that there had been no parties and that all guidance was followed at all times, that neither of those statements were true. They were palpably untrue, and this matters. It's beyond the realms of credibility that the Prime Minister could possibly have thought that either of those things were truthful when he said them. He's gone through his life with the rules not applying to him. But the public have made their mind up. In opinion poll after opinion poll, the public have said very clearly that the Prime Minister of our country has lied. And this sorry issue has to be resolved.
Would he take an intervention?
I will indeed.
Would he agree with me that this boils down to trust, and the motion really refers to trust within this House, trusting a committee which reflects the proportional balance of this House to deal with the matter in a proportionate way once all the evidence is in?
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend. It all comes down to trust in this place, and as other members have pointed out, it's that trust that we need if leaders are going to make important decisions about the cost of living crisis and our interventions that may be demanded of us in Ukraine as we go forward. That's why trust matters. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it's bad enough that a serving Prime Minister has broken the law. But the public are certain that he lied when he denied that he hadn't broken the law, and his lame defences as to what he believed are now in tatters. It's therefore imperative that the appropriate mechanisms of this House are engaged, as so expertly described by colleagues and as on the ordered paper, and that this behaviour be referred to the Committee of Privileges to see whether the Prime Minister is in contempt of this place and indeed in contempt of the country. I will, yeah.
Just going back to his point about this sorry issue must be resolved. He knows I had the privilege of serving as the Cancer Minister in this House. Right now, this House should be discussing childhood cancers. Now, if one was a parent of a child with cancer, I suggest they would rather the House were discussing that than this. That is not to minimise this. That is that this issue needs to be resolved and we need to move on. And for that reason, I will be supporting the main motion with him, I suspect, this evening.
Well, I'm grateful for the honourable member who speaks so wisely. But he's right. We all want to move on from this, but we will find, unless this issue is resolved, we'll be back to it forever until such time as the Prime Minister accepts the consequences of his actions. We need that leadership, and we're robbed of it at the moment. That's the entire point. Of course, cancer with children is critically more important. We want to get onto that, but we cannot have this issue hanging over us. Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly this wanton disregard for the principles of public office are part of a wider malaise, and we see it in many of our public offices. And I won't stray, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recite them. But I do plead with members opposite to actively vote for this motion. I'm pleased that the government benches have made the movement that they have thus far today. But we've heard so eloquently described that the people need to have trust in this place. Democracy is at stake. It's therefore imperative that people come forward and actively support this motion. I'll finish with this, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know whether you heard, but on LBC there was a heartbreaking interview of a veteran. This man could not contain his emotions as he spoke not only of his own service, but also the loss of his son serving this country in Afghanistan. And his anger at the lying of the Prime Minister overwhelmed him. He wrongly criticised himself for sacrificing so much for his country and felt it had all been for nothing. People in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard from the excellent speeches from the members from Hazel Grove and my friend from the Rhondda and indeed Wickham, who have spoken so courageously. They care deeply about this nation and its democracy. We all do, and for that reason we should stand up for its integrity and reputation, which I regret to say is being trashed on a daily basis by this disreputable Prime Minister. And I urge members across the House to vote for this motion today.
Sir William Cash.
The entire issue and the legal status of fixed penalty notices and what the law really is, as I indicated in the House in my response to the Prime Minister's statement on Tuesday, remains on the table. It is unfortunately and regrettably a matter of extreme complexity and is charged with political and understandable emotional underpinning. For example, the Justice Committee have themselves had a great deal of importance to say in seeking clarification of these matters of law and the rule of law itself in this context. The legal situation even now remains immensely unclear and inconsistent. despite the presumptions that one opposition speaker after another makes that the Prime Minister has lied. This is the case in respect of this lack of clarity and inconsistency, as between different police authorities and different circumstances and different locations. The Council of Domestic Legislation to this House indicated in evidence to the Justice Committee as follows. He said, there has been a lack of clarity as to what regulations apply to specific situations and at what times. There is evidence that local authorities and police forces have sometimes misunderstood the circumstances and so forth. It is even very arguable that under Section 73 of the Public Health Act 1984, the regulations did not apply to number 10 anywhere as part of the Crown Estate. Resolving that issue will be a massive test even before a court of law. On the question of contempt and the role of the committee itself and the current procedures where privileges or contempts are referred to that committee, the great constitutional authority, Bradley and Ewing, on that subject states that the committee's procedures have been criticised in the Nichols report of 1999. And as I've said in previous debates in relation to the Committee on Standards, and again today, all this is currently under review. It is currently under review here in this House with Sir Ernest Ryder's important report relating to the principles of natural justice and fair trials before that committee. And indeed, they will need some very, very good legal advice. In 1999, it was concluded that the Committee on Standards should devise an appropriate procedure to ensure natural justice and fairness, as I exchanged in my comments with the current chairman of the Committee on Standards. All this is being currently conducted under Sir Ernest Ryder's report. How the Committee of Privileges is easily going to cope with the situation is one thing, but what is crystal clear is that not to wait until the Sue Gray report has been delivered, as well as the conclusions of the Metropolitan Police investigations, will only lead to further confusion and the need for the committee even to have to suspend its proceedings even before they've begun. The question remains, has there been a contempt, and what is the proper procedure that should be applied, and is it fair as a matter of natural justice in the way in which the procedures are currently being proposed? That depends on the evidence, it depends on the facts, it depends on an understanding of the law. And the committee is going to have to address all this before it could even sit and make any conclusions with any degree of competence.
Liz Savile-Roberts. Diolch fawr iawn fy'r cyflwynydd. Yes, please, it's confused me. Liz Savile-Roberts.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful that you found me. And just before I start on my main points, there's a couple of things that I've been listening to. And the first that has struck me is that the government, I think for many of us on this side, were really aware of the fact that the government were trying to kick this issue down the road with their abandoned amendment. And it now just begs the question, really, that we're 2 weeks away from the local elections. Were they more desperate to make sure that the names of their MPs were not on the record in the way that they voted, and that was their motivator? And the other thing that strikes me with the government's approach is they live in hope that the public's memory is ruled, that the public's memory be ruled by the news cycle, and that they live in hope that the public interest will move on. I believe the government is fundamentally wrong in this assumption. Everybody who made a personal sacrifice during COVID will remember their loss or their pain or their grief for the rest of their lives. It is engraven on our hearts. We are not going to forget. The government may kick this down the road, but I'm afraid that they are wrong if they assume that they are tied up and that their safety is tied up with the news cycle. The Prime Minister's behaviour will not be forgotten. But today we have a chance to correct the record, to reinstate credibility in our system and hold members opposite, and indeed all of us, to account, not for their or our misdeeds only, but for our preparedness on occasion to defend the indefensible. Today is a chance, therefore, for all members across all benches to do the right thing, and I think our names should be on record when we want to do the right thing. Public trust in our democratic system is plummeting as we careen from one scandal to another. The very reputation of our democracy and of ourselves and the function that we have here, that we're honoured with, seemingly at stake. Madam Deputy Speaker, 73% of the British public are in favour of a bill that would criminalise politicians who would willingly lie to the British public. And that's something that Plaid Cymru has been calling for stronger measures, those which would ban politicians from lying in their public role, not just over the last few months. We've been calling it for the last 15 years. We all know that we live in an age of public disenchantment. From that same poll conducted by Compassion in Politics, we learned that 47% of people have lost trust in UK politicians over the last 12 months. And if we look back over the momentous events over that period, from the fall of Kabul to the pandemic, to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the cost of living crisis, what other conclusion can we draw than that we have failed in our duty to seek to uphold the trust of the public? Yeah. This sense of failure isn't just a rhetorical gambit, a professional nicety, an optional extra for us here. From anti-vaxxers to the Putin regime, when we fail to confront mistruths, we create a truth vacuum in which division sets hold. When any truth is as good as any other, division along political lines comes to matter more than agreement on the common ground of facts. This matters. This matters. We work in an institution where we can't call out the lies of another member, regardless of their position of responsibility. Lies which are broadcast around the country, recorded for posterity, and those lies are therefore impressed on the memories of millions of people. And we have no way of addressing this effectively. While I defer to the judgment of the Speaker on this matter, Partygate has demonstrated conclusively that our self-regulating system is really to question, is it fit for purpose? The ministerial code has proven not worthy of the paper on which it was written. Gentlemen's honourable agreements are dependent on honour, on the existence of honour, and we must do better. And if we can't do better because we make a mockery of the public concerns by shrugging our shoulders and accepting that it's merely part and parcel of modern politics, then we must be compelled to do better. We as legislators must legislate to uphold our good names, and by extension, not just our good names, but the good name of democracy itself, the very efficacy of democracy itself. And the first step to this would be, and I close here, the first step for this would be a bill. A second would be to rebuild our political model, much as Wales and our cooperation agreement has done so that politics is built around what we share rather that which divides us. Honesty is the most important currency in politics, and we have to restore it before we here are responsible in part for bankrupting our society.
Alexander Stafford.
Speaker. Much has already been said here today about the police's investigation, as a result of which the Prime Minister was issued with a civil penalty, paid it immediately, and then came to this House at the earliest opportunity to give a heartfelt apology. Not only that, but it's clear he and the government are not opposing this moving to the Privilege Committee, which clearly shows that his contrition is right and true. Let me be clear, his apology was the right thing to do. Each and every single Briton across the length and breadth of our beautiful country has made sacrifices during this pandemic. For myself, when my first daughter was born, my wife was very seriously ill after that. I could not see my daughter for 5 days after she was born. Because of it, I made the sacrifices. All my residents made the sacrifices. Even the Prime Minister has made the sacrifices when he almost died from COVID. When his own family members died, he couldn't attend the funerals, as we know. Now, I believe all politicians should be held to the highest standards, be that the Prime Minister, or the Leader of the Opposition, or the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, or the Scottish First Minister, all of whom have been caught, photographed in COVID-compromising positions, all of whom I believe should be referred to the Committee of Privilege to be investigated. The Prime Minister has paid the fine, and rightly so. He has been unequivocal that he respects the outcome of the police investigation and will always take appropriate steps. But the central issue, which I believe here today, is where the Prime Minister intentionally misled the House, and it is the word intentionally or knowingly that is vital. Now, I point to an article published in the Times newspaper on Saturday the 20th of June 2020, the day after the event in Downing Street in question. The article reads, and I quote, "Boris Johnson celebrated his 56th birthday yesterday with a small gathering in the Cabinet Room. Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, and a group of aides sang him happy birthday before they tucked it into a Union Jack cake. The celebrations proved a brief respite after another gruelling week," and so on and so forth. The Prime Minister had said that it did not occur to him, then or subsequently, that a gathering in the Cabinet Room just before a vital meeting on COVID strategy to save lives could amount to a breach of the rules. This event at Number 10, as I mentioned, was reported the next day in a national newspaper and did not then prove controversial. It is unfathomable that the Prime Minister's team would have alerted journalists to the event and incriminated him if he knowingly believed it was against the rule. It does not make sense. But nevertheless, the Prime Minister has apologised and has been punished. And further, in evident transparency, he's welcoming to be moved to the Privilege Committee. I also want to talk on this notion, briefly address the article yesterday, also in the Times newspaper, which reported that Sir Keir Starmer had warned Tory backbenchers they would pay a price for blocking an investigation, including personal attacks for the support of the Prime Minister. I believe it is outrageous that the leader of the opposition comes here in a day where we talked about tolerance and rival politics, that this threat of bullying is laid out against members of this House. We all have our own minds, we all may disagree, but to threaten people, I myself have had death threats, and I know many other colleagues have had death threats, but to try and stoke this, I find incredibly dangerous. On bullying, I'll happily give way, of course.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There was no threats of bullying made. What we are talking about is an electoral threat, and I have had to take to the police 2 different death threats, which directly quoted words said in this place by the Prime Minister of our country.
That's true.
Both of them have had to go to the police, including people who have attacked my office on the basis of the words of our Prime Minister. And when it was raised with him, he said, "Humbug."
That's true.
What about Nazareth?
We must be honest that on all sides of the House we did death threats, and no death threats. No, this is the important point. No one should be abused their job. But my point is, even yesterday, a day we talked about debates, that, and I quote the newspaper article again, they'll pay a price for blocking, pay a price for personalised attack. Personalised attack. And I feel sorry for the death threats. You should not have to receive this. But this is using them. Oh, of course I will give way.
Honourable friend for giving way. It's the point not that we all face abuse from being in this place, and those targeted attacks. As one of the youngest members in this chamber, I fear every day for the bullying and harassment that I receive, and those targeted attacks, all they do is stoke the flames and receive more for all of us.
And indeed they do, but we all should rise above that and treat each other with the courtesy that everyone needs to be in a place of work. Because we have sadly witnesses the violence that his colleagues have been exposed to, and ultimately the deaths of 2 colleagues in this House. Now, going forward, it is clear the Prime Minister has taken significant measures to improve the way things are working in Number 10, and I believe, and I know there are more changes to come. We've talked about Christian forgiveness. I'm a Christian myself, I'm a Catholic, and this is a Christian country, and forgiveness is at the core of what we believe and what this country believes. The Prime Minister has offered his heartfelt apology. He has offered contrition. He has come to the House. He's happy for this to go towards the standard. He's not opposing it. He has apologised. We need to look at that. So now it is time to crack on with the priorities for our country. We have an obligation to deliver on our election promises, and I'm looking forward to this government focusing on important issues for my constituents in Rother Valley, including getting the Rwanda illegal immigration scheme up and running as soon as possible, and winning the war against a fascist Putin, because the Rwanda scheme saves lives. Defending Putin saves lives, and this government, through COVID, has saved many lives in this country.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been a lot of talk today about apologies. Can I just remind the House, first of all, that this is not a question about whether the Prime Minister has apologised or not. It's about whether he knowingly lied to the House or not. And he hasn't apologised for that. He hasn't even admitted it.
Yeah.
In fact, he said there was no party, there was no cake. there was a party but there was no cake, and I can go on. Persistently and consistently, I welcome those apologies, but let's be clear what the motion in front of the House today is. I heard earlier today from the leader of the SNP, the Right Honourable Gentleman, who reflected words that our own leader, the Right Honourable Member, my friend from Holborn and St Pancras, has said earlier about the modus operandi of the Prime Minister, which that he leaves a trail of chaos in his wake and he lets other people pick up the problems that he and take responsibility for the problems that he has caused. And I have to say to the House that the latest victim of that, and I mentioned it to him earlier, is Mr. Speaker himself and the office of the Chair. Because when he has to chuck out the Right Honourable Member for the leader of the SNP, as he did recently, for calling the Prime Minister a liar, he gets huge amounts of public opprobrium saying, what on earth is Speaker Hoyle doing? Why is he chucking the Right Honourable Gentleman? Why is he chucking the leader of the SNP out when we know what the game the Prime Minister is up to? But the Prime Minister doesn't mind because somebody else is taking the criticism for that. I have to say to the House that it is not simply the Speaker who he's undermining. It is this House, as members have said before, it is our democratic system, and the public cannot understand, they simply cannot understand what on earth is going on where one person can get thrown out, but the person that is the root of the problem is happy to stay there smirking on the front bench. That is his modus operandi, and it is dragging our democratic system down. Now, we all make mistakes. I make mistakes. I've had to correct the record myself before now. And we've heard about apologies, and we've heard about the Prime Minister being contrite, but I don't recall one occasion when he has come back and corrected the record. Not one. I think there's an outstanding letter to him about the national misleading claim on the National Statistics Office, which he hasn't yet come back to complain about, to correct.
It is true on crime. You said it was falling.
And the bottom line is that the Prime Minister will say whatever he needs to say at that point to get out of whatever situation he is in, with no sense of obligation to the truth, and no sense of obligation to whatever promise he has just made. And actually, I scribbled down a list before earlier on of just about 5 or 10 occasions where he has made promises that he's broken. But I don't want you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to pull me up, because of course today we are specifically talking about the occasions when he denied the party. So that list will have to wait for another occasion. But there will be another occasion. And as I mentioned earlier, he is damaging the UK's reputation abroad, because outside of this chamber, our partners abroad and our adversaries and our enemies can see that he is losing credibility, and that he is not somebody that we can necessarily work with, because his word cannot be trusted. That damages the UK, and it is at a time of international crisis, it is very serious. I want to finish by quoting an article that I read in an article in The Guardian by Mr. Simon Cooper earlier, which was about the Oxford Union. And he talked about the Prime Minister, a younger version, writing an essay on Oxford politics for his sister's book, The Oxford Myth. His essay tackles the great question, how to set about becoming the next Prime Minister. Johnson advises politicians to assemble, quotes, a disciplined and deluded collection of stooges to get out the vote. Remember, this was at the time when he was just after he left university. The tragedy of the stooge, the quote from the Prime Minister in his earlier days, the tragedy of the stooge is that he wants so much to believe that his relationship with the candidate is special that he shuts out the truth. The terrible art of the candidate is to coddle the self-deception of the stooge. It was Prime Minister's views then. It is apparently still the Prime Minister's views today. The British people have made their mind up, and for them the penny has dropped. I say to honourable members opposite, it is time for the penny to drop as well. Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
No, I don't.
No, I say to them, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they need to search their feelings. They know it to be true. This is the manner of the Prime Minister, and today is the time to finally put a line underneath that.
Yeah. Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make 3 brief observations. Firstly, Mr. Speaker was quite right to decide that there was an arguable case to be examined by the Committee of Privileges. That is the issue in front of us today, not whether the Prime Minister intentionally misled the House. That is for the committee to decide. Whilst in many respects this situation is completely unprecedented, there have been similar cases which confirm that such a referral is the right course to pursue. These are the 1947 case of Mr. Gary Allegan, that in 1977 involving Reginald Maudling, John Caudle and Albert Roberts, and the 2005 case of Stephen Byers, which I shall comment on further shortly. The second point to decide on is the timing of the consideration by the Committee of Privileges. The motion states this should not begin in a substantive way until the inquiries conducted by the Metropolitan Police have been concluded, whilst the amendment, which will not be moved, states that any vote should wait until the police investigations have been completed and Sue Gray's report has been concluded. In many respects, we could go round and round in circles as to which of these courses is the right one to pursue, and thus it is welcome that the amendment is not being moved. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to the case of Mr. Stephen Byers and the manner in which the equivalent debate on the 19th of October 2005 took place. The then Leader of the House, Jeff Hoon, concluded the debate by stating, "The government support the motion because it is necessary for the House to refer possible breaches of the rules to the Standards and Privileges Committee for investigation. The government respect the privileges of the House and we will uphold them. They are crucial to the independence of Parliament and the strength of our democracy." He concluded by saying, "I urge members to refrain from treating the matter as a party political question." The motion was passed without division. I acknowledge that in this instance the stakes are much, much higher, and honourable members from right across the chamber, quite rightly, as we've heard this morning, hold passionate views on this matter. But that approach, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would suggest is the right one for us to pursue. Thank you.
Well done.
Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start my remarks by paying tribute to the powerful contributions from the Honourable Member from Hazel Grove and the Right Honourable Gentleman from Rhondda. I think one of the things that's come out of recent events is that owing to the Prime Minister and also to the Honourable Gentleman from Gordon, we now have a name for the post-truth movement, Pinocchio politics. And if this was just about the parties, if this was only about parties, then the motion would stand very clearly. But actually, it's about much more than the parties. It's about the situation and the environment in which that happened. Every choice that we make in life has consequences, and I know more than many that the consequences of the choices that you make you have to live with. And while some members in this House seem to want to make me feel as uncomfortable as possible, I'm quite happy with that consequence because I didn't come here to feel comfortable. I came here for a very different purpose. But the most compelling part and the centre of this argument is around the honorific titles that we bandy about in this room, whether right honourable or honourable, and whether they actually mean anything of substance. And there needs to be congruence to the use of those titles and the actions of the members of this place. That congruence is absolutely essential. And when it comes to leadership, I mean, I could probably talk about lots of leadership theories and emotional intelligence and all that stuff, but there are two fundamental standards about leadership. It is where the buck stops, and it is from where the tone is set. And the tone that has been set from the Prime Minister is woefully inadequate. It has sullied the good name of his office, it has tarnished the members of this House, and it has distorted the importance of truth across the countries of the United Kingdom. I made some notes during the Easter break and I headed them up because as I started to add to them, my list became clear. And the heading of that list was, what an absolute mess. And it's an absolute mess that's the people are suffering a cost of living crisis driven by 10 years of Tory austerity, cuts to welfare, raising taxes, changes to the energy price cap, where we are in Scotland energy rich but fuel poor, and pensioners have to survive on the lowest pension in the developed world. Most of us, certainly myself, I can speak very clearly about being left on hold for up to 7 hours a day, waiting to get through to the Home Office to deal with urgent visa applications for people fleeing war in Ukraine. The same is true for people trying to leave the UK because they can't get their passport application sorted. This is a government without conscience, compassion or courage, and it has absolutely lost the moral authority to lead. This Prime Minister's demands and commands are built on sand. Defending him is complicity in all of these failings. And I want to return, before I conclude, to the leadership of the Prime Minister. No one in my constituency is surprised by his behaviour. In fact, the greatest insult in my inbox is on the back of Partygate. This government made, a ham-fisted attempt to distract people, and that has driven a new vein of rage across my constituency, and that is the costly people trafficking scheme which is supposed to stop people trafficking, and that is the reintroduction of transportation to the UK in 2022. We are sending some of the most vulnerable people in the world across to Rwanda to be processed. It is an absolute disgrace. And the only thing that this Prime Minister is delivering is misery. Now, the Prime Minister might pull the wool over the honourable members and members opposite, and he may be able to use the whip to save his bacon on this occasion. But his mealy-mouthed apology only damages his office, this House, and it is simply not to be believed. And it is, as he said, not going to cut the ice. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Andrew Jones.
Deputy Speaker, when there are questions about the conduct of any member in this place, it is right for the Committee of Privileges to take a look at that case. It's right to investigate, right for them to make a judgment, and it's right for that to happen, whoever the member is. That is the correct procedure for our House. It's one that's been the case for a significant time. And if any matters of privilege come to the House for decision, a decision to trigger an investigation, it's right for that to happen. I support privileges investigations. It is our due process. I want to see more focus upon standards across Parliament. Since I became a Member of Parliament, I think it's 7 current or former Labour MPs have been given custodial sentences, 1 Conservative, 1 Liberal Democrat, 1 SNP, 1 political party is having their accounts investigated by the police. Earlier, the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rhondda gave a very good speech when he detailed suspensions and other issues that have come across from bullying or harassment. Given all that, it is hard to argue that there are no problems with standards in our politics. Higher standards would benefit all parliamentarians. Now, I've said earlier in the speech that I support the privileges investigations. I'll just comment upon that. The investigations require facts, they require evidence. Both the motion and the amendment before us today recognise that. They both said that the police must conclude their inquiries before a Privileges Committee investigation. I was hoping that we might actually see some consensus breaking out across the chamber. I think that comment would obviously be fair and right. The amendment also said that the Gray report should be published before an inquiry. That also seemed right and fair to me. But now that that amendment will not be moved, attention moves to the Privileges Committee investigation itself. and the Privileges Committee must have all the evidence that on any issue that they investigate. Now, I've previously called for the Gray Report to be published in full and as soon as possible. That is still my view. I recognise, of course, the Met need the time and the space to complete their work, but every effort must be made to bring this matter to a conclusion as fast as possible. Comments are being made by colleagues when we haven't seen all the evidence. I have to say I can understand that because I've done it myself. But the time and space must be allowed for the Privileges Committee to conclude their investigation, and colleagues should not prejudge it. The Right Honourable Member for Rhondda, who chairs that committee, and he spoke with great eloquence about that work of his committee on previous occasions, has already had to recuse himself from any investigation after having made public comments. And I do not want to see the work of that committee compromised. I'm not absolutely sure either, Madam Deputy Speaker, that all the speakers in this debate have lived up to some of the claims and values of its purposes as it has progressed. For example, those who were saying this has nothing to do with the local elections and then spend their time talking about the local elections. Let me just summarise, because I'm conscious of time. The Privileges Committee do valuable work in upholding standards, and there is a problem with standards in our politics. The committee's work is evidence-based, which is why we should have the evidence published first, and I want to see that evidence published fully as soon as possible, because, quite frankly, upholding standards benefits absolutely everyone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, many people have made references throughout this to the collateral damage that the Prime Minister leaves behind in his wake, and it has done so throughout his career. And one example is before us today, the Paymaster General. On the 9th of December, in a statement in this House on Christmas parties at number 10, or Christmas party at number 10 Downing Street, he said, the PM has been repeatedly assured since these allegations emerged that there was no party and that no COVID rules were broken. Well, we now know that there were several parties, not just one party, and we also know that the rules were broken because fines have been issued and the Prime Minister has received one. So part of the collateral damage is that the Paymaster General came to this House and made a statement based on the same information that allegedly has been given to the Prime Minister and misled the House. Now, I accept he's done so inadvertently, but what I would ask him is what he's done about that, because the record needs correcting, and surely he should be investigating how it is that he came to be misinformed and to misinform the House in that way. And it's happened on too many occasions for ignorance to be the defence. The idea that throughout lockdown and through all the occasions that these parties took place and the rules were broken, that none of the bright young things that had been invited ever thought that any one of those events might be breaking the COVID rules. Is that conceivable? That no one actually raised a single question that they might be breaking the rules? And some of these events were drinks events for people leaving. Now, out there in our constituencies, people were missing funerals. They were cancelling weddings. They were cancelling birthday parties. And these people thought it was okay to have leaving drinks. And where are they? What were they thinking? How out of touch with our constituents can you be that you think you can have a leaving drinks party and that you're more important than the people in our constituency? Oh, yes, I would.
I think my friend's making a really good speech and a really good point. I just want to make a point about this impact of breaking the law and how it continues to hurt people. Not just that it hurt people in the past, how it continues. A constituent of mine told me that Boris Johnson broke the law partying with his colleagues while my father died in a care home. I watched him through the window. He gave up on life because he could not have any proper connection with much needed family during his recovery from a stroke. I think he could still be alive today if I had been able to break the law by having a close connection with him. I wasn't in the privileged position of the Prime Minister.
Well, I think what my honourable friend has just read out speaks for itself. but I think what she has demonstrated, as many others have demonstrated in the cases that I've read out, that the problem starts at the top here. Because these workers, these people who are organising these parties, wouldn't have done so if they thought their bosses were going to be upset and that they were going to come down on them and say you're breaking the rules and stop it. And we now know that on at least 6 occasions the Prime Minister was present at these parties. So this problem comes right from the top. And the PM's defence has differed on many occasions. It started that there were no rules broken. Then it was that there was a party, but I wasn't present, but then he was. And then it was, I wasn't warned, it wasn't a works do. Well, I don't see anything about a works do in the rules. Perhaps I've missed it, but it cannot be that the person who is writing the rules can misunderstand them so fundamentally. But setting that aside, if his defence is that I didn't understand the rules, I needed them explained to me, and that I was misled at the outset that there had been a party, but that people told me there wasn't, then who was it who misled him? Where are those people? What's happened to them? Are they still in their posts? Have they moved on? Have they signed non-disclosure agreements? Where are these people who misled the Prime Minister to lead him to inadvertently mislead the House? Because what we know is we can't have both. Either the Prime Minister knowingly came to this House and lied, or other people lied to him, which led to him misleading the House. Either way, we need to identify those people and know who they are. But the worst crime of all, really, is to fail to feel the pain that our constituents were feeling throughout lockdown. Yeah. No one who felt the agony that people were going through, like the example that my honourable friend just read out, who could understand the pain that those people were going through, could have attended these events that took place in number 10 Downing Street and other places. So the question for the Tory MPs today is, do you stand by the people who felt that pain?
Today.
Do you stand by them today and vote the...
You know, the honourable gentleman knows he mustn't use the word "you" when addressing people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it applies to you too. But will they stand by the people who felt that pain throughout the last 2 years? They deserve answers. And as others have pointed out, this is about the fundamental trust in our politics. So when the Tory MPs vote today, just think about the damage that you are doing to the trust in our political process. Because the public deserve better. And they should think about that before they vote today. This matter should go before the Privileges Committee. They know it, so vote for it. Well done.
Yeah. Can I just remind colleagues that we have advised that really 5 minutes, in order to be fair to others, is what should be stuck to. Anthony Manuel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's rather unsettling to be on what might now be known as Rebel Row. And I'm perhaps the wrong member to follow the gentleman who previously spoke, because I happen to believe that this motion is something that we should support. But I'm desperately sorry that we're here. I'm desperately sorry that the member for Winchester stood up and spoke about the need for us to be talking about cancer backlogs and the need to treat it, and that the member for Rhondda Valley talked about the need for us to be addressing the cost of living. I'm a new member in this place, relatively speaking, and I've probably made a perfect pain of myself to the government over the last 2.5 years, voting against them on a number of issues. But I love this place, and I love being a member of Parliament. I've seen some of the best things when this House works together on cross-party basis. And when we do that out of the lens shot, when we do it in the back rooms of this place on a whole range of issues that matter to every one of our constituencies. And that doesn't reach the public. And it's a shame that that doesn't happen. But on the 2nd of February this year, I decided to submit my letter of no confidence. There's no great secret in that. I was fairly public about it. I said I did it because there was no point in me being here to lie to the British public or to be lied to by my colleagues. I felt then, as I do now, there is a standard that we set in this place in the way in which we speak to one another, the way in which we debate with one another, and the way in which we treat one another, both in this chamber and outside and in the committee rooms as well. All too often, I have seen it to be an enormous success, and it works, and just occasionally I've seen it fail. The Honourable Gentleman for Hazelgrove gave an extraordinary speech, and one that I couldn't even possibly hope to top. But I'm afraid to say that I'm not one of those members of Parliament who dislikes being here or dislikes being a member of Parliament. Every day that I see issues and rules broken in this place only reaffirms my belief that we have to stand up in this place and make it clear that dishonesty, that inaction and misleading of the House cannot be tolerated from anyone. Now, when I put that letter in, I asked for changes. I asked for changes in the operation of how Number 10 was organised. I asked for changes in how the whipping system might work. And I'm pleased to say some of those changes have come in, but unfortunately not enough. And the Honourable Gentleman for Wickham, who has a religious zeal, not one that I have, made the point about forgiveness. I do forgive the Prime Minister for making those mistakes, but I do not forgive him for misleading the House as I see it. Now, the motion that's been put forward, and I'm pleased that the government has worked with both the opposition and this side, for those of us who disagree, I am sorry, beg your pardon, I'm disappointed that the motion that we're putting forward now is kicking the can down the road. I welcome it, I will support it, but I only think this is going to be a hook for people to say, not yet, not yet. So on fine 2, 3, 4 or 5, when do people actually decide to act? That's in everyone's individual good conscience to decide when to act, not for me to persuade them. But I have to say, I'll welcome this motion, I'll support it, I'll look forward to its findings. I know the opposition will support its findings, whatever that may be. And I look forward to making sure that those who do come after the Prime Minister in many years to come will also learn from this, that the conventions of the House must be respected.
Rashinara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we entered the pandemic, the government, led by the Prime Minister, rightly called on the British people to do the right thing and protect each other by following the law, following the rules. And it is why this affair has been so devastating for so many of us, including my constituents. All of us, in different ways, have had to make sacrifices. Some of us lost loved ones and have not been able to mourn properly because of the restrictions. And that applies to so many of our constituents up and down the country. And I know that from first-hand experience, when in my own family we lost friends and relatives and were not able to see their family members or attend services or bereave with family members and support them. So today I want to highlight a few cases of the many that wrote to me over this affair. Craig wrote to me about his grandmother. He said, "My grandmother was my best friend. She was admitted to hospital on the day the first cases of COVID were identified in the UK. She died in hospital in early June 2020. She spent the vast majority of her time in hospital alone, confused, with no visitors. It is terrible for us all that the first lockdown, COVID lockdown, will be forever remembered as one of the worst times of my life. I and the rest of my family closely adhered to all lockdown advice and the new laws put in place. My nan's funeral took place the week the Prime Minister's birthday party was held. We were only allowed a handful of people in the service. Most of our family and friends forced to line the streets outside the crematorium. I cried while writing this email to you, reliving these memories. I cannot allow the Prime Minister and this government to rewrite the history of the pandemic and dismiss our collective trauma as just a slice of cake or no worse than a speeding ticket. The nation should not be gaslit into thinking that the pandemic was not so bad." Another constituent said, "My mother was taken into hospital for a blood test in 2020, a week after the lockdown began. The test showed she needed treatment before she could come home, but we were given the totally unexpected news that she only had days to live. This devastating news was made worse because my father, who was then almost 90 years of age, and my 3 sisters and I knew that the lockdown rules meant that we would not be able to see my mother again and that she would die, as she did 2 days later, with no one from her family with her. So how do you think my father, my sisters, and I felt when the news broke of the partying in number 10? While we were adhering to the rules so strictly, I now feel even more angry when I hear government ministers, who I would hope would have some standards of integrity, coming forward on an almost daily basis to say that it's not an important matter, that the Prime Minister's not to blame, that he has apologised, so that makes it all right. I hadn't intended to write to you, but what has led me to do so is ministers comparing Partygate to parking and speeding fines, and the fact that the Prime Minister is going to issue another apology, another full apology, as though that will make it all right. For me, it doesn't. Another constituent said, I just wanted to add my voice to those asking the Prime Minister's resignation. I buried my mother about a week before he attended that party that broke the law. We couldn't even hug at the funeral, which only allowed 10 attendees. No political story has ever made me this furious. I feel like I've been scammed by my own government, taken for an absolute fool for obeying the very laws they set. If the Prime Minister can't even uphold a standard so basic as the rule of law, what are we as a country? Madam Deputy Speaker, the final story I want to share is of a health and social care worker. She said, I know firsthand the impact COVID's had on vulnerable people on the front line. We should not be living in a country where there is one rule for the Prime Minister and government ministers and another one for everyone else. These are voices of pain amid so many messages, emails, cards and letters. Voices of agony and sacrifice, so many cries of pain from the British people. The British people deserve better. We rose so magnificently to tackle the pandemic as the public. We need to make sure that this motion is supported today. That's why I'll be supporting the motion, and I'm glad that some members opposite are supporting it, and I hope others hear the voices of people up and down the country and support this motion today.
Tommy Shepherd.
We are all human. We are all fallible. We all make mistakes. But it is a measure of our integrity and our character as to how we deal with those mistakes. And the British people have overwhelmingly judged this Prime Minister to have dealt with his mistakes disastrously. Overwhelmingly, they believe him to be a liar, and they have lost trust and confidence in him. And that is a problem, not just for this government, that is a problem for the British political system. And I would caution some Conservative colleagues opposite to be less cavalier in trying to dismiss those public concerns. The narrative coming from the government seems to be that these breaches were just a consequence of living with the regulations. They were bound to happen, part of normal life. They were happening in all sorts of places. They paid the fine. Let's move on. Nothing to see here. Madam Deputy Speaker, that won't wash. First of all, the great majority, the overwhelming majority of people in this country did not breach the rules. They accepted the mandation that was put upon their behaviour, often at great cost and personal consequence. I have hundreds of emails from constituents. I wanted to read some out today as well, but there is not time. But people who were unable to be present when their children were born or when their parents were buried, they know and they are angry at what was happening in number 10 Downing Street while that was being done to them. And the other reason that won't wash, of course, is that many people have paid much greater consequences for their actions than this Prime Minister. In fact, I have a lot of people writing to me asking how come he's only had a 50 quid fine and others are being charged fines of up to £10,000 for breaches of the rules. And many people in public office have already lost their job because of their transgressions. And they are right to sit back and wonder, why should the holder of this one office be immune from that consequence? Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that also they suggest they didn't really know that the rules were being broken at the time. That really does beggar belief. We heard from the member for Wickham earlier, and we know that he and his colleagues inside the Conservative Parliamentary Party we're waging a fierce and vicious argument about the consequences of these restrictions. The idea that people sitting in government offices, drinking and socialising after hours, didn't think that they were in breach of the rules they themselves were making is risible, and we should dismiss it. I think there's a simpler explanation for all of this. I genuinely believe that we have a Prime Minister whose conceit of himself is so great and whose sense of entitlement so profound that he genuinely did not think the rules applied to him. And that is why, when exposed, when found out at the end of last year, he did not come to this House and offer contrition. He did not come and say sorry. He came and he dissembled and he misled and he tried to do everything to cover up the breaches that had happened. And that, more than the attendance at a party, to my mind, is what he stands charged with today. It is not the fact, it is what he tried to do to conceal his actions. That, to my mind, is unforgivable. I'll happily take an intervention.
I really thank the honourable member for giving way, and he's making just such an excellent speech, and I agree with him on all accounts of what he's saying. Over 170,000 people have died from COVID in the United Kingdom. That means that has affected so many friends and so many families. There's been a devastating sense of remorse for people's loss. But if the Prime Minister was really showing his great remorse for breaking rules that he set, surely his actions would speak louder than his words, and that he would resign. Does he agree with me?
I could not agree more. I do think that he should have resigned if he had any integrity. And I think it is remarkable, really, that rather than get an apology and any demonstration of contrition when these events came to light, it wasn't until he was dragged kicking and screaming into the light of truth by the criminal justice system and the forces of law enforcement that we actually got the apology that we had this week, and it is not enough. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to spend 1 minute just to talk about the situation in Scotland as well, because the member for Murray leads the Scottish Conservatives, and he and his colleagues at the start of this year in the Scottish Parliament took, I believe, the right decision. They called upon the Prime Minister to go, but somehow, miraculously now, they have been whipped into line by Central Office and changed their mind on that question. And I can do no better and comment on that than actually quote from Professor Adam Tompkins, until recently a Conservative member of the Scottish Parliament and a very senior Conservative. He says, "They have now reduced themselves and made their former position of principle look not only empty but risible, by insisting that the Prime Minister is now somehow fit for office and that being fined by the police makes no difference. The Scottish Conservatives are in terminal decline again, and this time it is their own fault." That from within the Conservative Party in Scotland itself. Now, I know many people throughout Britain will look with horror at the way in which this government has traduced public service and denigrated many of the democratic institutions in their country. But I tell you this, people in Scotland look at this too, and they see this as further evidence of a British state in decline and one that does not represent their interests, and they are increasingly attracted by the opportunity to create a new country, an independent country with a different constitution. So I will be supporting, in conclusion, I will be supporting this resolution today and voting for it, and I caution Conservative members to do so as well, because they are right. There is no room for personal attacks in this place or in politics. But understand this, actions do have consequences, and what goes round will come round. And if the Conservative Parliamentary Party tries to sweep this under the carpet, tries to acquiesce in the actions of this Prime Minister any further, then they will pay a very heavy political price for it.
I really must once again reiterate, it is important to think of others in this debate and to try to stick. It is possible to stick to 5 minutes. I know everybody here is capable of it. So if you could all do that, everyone will get in. Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sad that the member, oh there he is, the member for Totnes is not in his place, because I wish to very much heap some praise on his speech, and my remarks are that Before I came to this place, I had been in this building twice before I was elected to be here. When my husband came down with me, it was only the second time he'd ever been to London. In fact, the day that I was elected, and I came here. I was raised by rebellious people. I was raised by people who make some of those who are considered to be rebellious in this building look very, very tame. I came here with a chip on my shoulder about what this place is and what it can achieve, actually. I came here with that, I'm going to rip up the rule book. I think the member for Walthamstow once described me as the Rizzo of Parliament. What happened was that I fell in love with this place and what it can achieve. I fell in love with the job of being a member of Parliament and watching as people come into my surgeries and me saying to them, together, you and I, we can try and change this law. And I have never once changed a law in this place that I didn't do in concert with people from every single part of this chamber. I have never changed a law on my own. Every single thing that I have ever achieved in this place, I have done it with members of the Conservative Party. I have done it with members of the Scottish National Party. I have done it with members of all of the parties represented here today. And that doesn't get a view. And it deeply, deeply matters. And it's actually considerably more popular to talk about how we are friends than how much we hate each other. It's much more popular with the public than we give it credit for. And so that is the thing that I wish for people to see more of and spend a lot of my time trying to talk to the public about that element of politics and about how 99% of people in this building came here, whether we agree by which means the journey is travelled, we all wish to change the world for the better. And I think that that is deeply important. And the debate we are having today, and I'm afraid to say, the 1%, the very rare 1% in this building is what we're debating today, because I don't believe that of the Prime Minister, and I don't believe that in every action since any of this came to light, now we're like 9 months, I could have had a baby in the time it's taken the apology to come, that it would have been less painful. The reality is that along that 9 months, what we have seen is not somebody taking the actions to desperately try and preserve the thing that we all came here to do. It has been to desperately try and preserve his own position. And that to me is unforgivable. It doesn't matter how many times somebody says sorry, and you can bet your bottom dollar, should this have been any one of us, and I will make mistakes, no doubt about it, I have made them, I accept people's apologies. The reality is that had this been any of us, there is absolutely no way what the Prime Minister has used to try and put a pin, and now we're on something like the 700th pin, in this particular issue has ever been about trying to make the country better, or to make the lives of his members of Parliament better, to make them more electable even, which, you know, we've sort of, I don't know why, we've sort of undermining talking about elections as if they aren't a route of democracy has gone on today. I have found that quite weird. Like, I like elections, that's like the game that we're playing, that's the thing that we do here, is we ask the people what they think. That's okay. But all along the way, everything that he has sought to do has been about him. He cannot answer a simple question. And you don't have to wait for a police investigation. I asked him a question, what was about 4 months ago now. Did you go to this party in your flat on this date? And he said, I can't answer because there's a police investigation. Well, I tell you what, there's a police investigation into that, and I can say I didn't go to a party at his house that day. There you go, I wasn't at that party. It hasn't affected the police investigation. The fact that what he has done shows a lack of contrition because it wasn't up front. It has never been up front. And it has never been for anyone in this building or without this building. It has always been about him. He wouldn't do the same for a single person in this room. And so I ask you to vote for the motion.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I say at the outset, apologies are one thing, but apologies that are made in the wholesale absence of any form of evidenced repentance are not worth a button. And I'm pleased to stand and speak for the many Angus constituents, almost 100 now, that have written to articulate their outrage at this debacle of accountability at the feet of this Prime Minister. And he was always a questionable choice to lead the Conservative Party because he would inevitably have immediately became Prime Minister under the politics of that time, the indiscreet, verbose showman that seemingly the Conservatives required to unlock the Brexit impasse in this place. It was always going to be a high-risk strategy, and their chickens, Madam Deputy Speaker, have come home to roost. But if the Tories claim to have got Brexit done, which in itself is a questionable assertion that rests uncomfortably with the truth, why are they so reluctant to dispose of their one-trick pony leader? And I say this in all candour, the train crash of this Prime Minister was always a question of when, not if. And if the reputational capital and the parliamentary respect that the Prime Minister is furiously feeding off to keep himself on political life support is a function of a zero-sum game, that which he is gorging upon is coming at a direct and equal cost to all of the members opposite, because they have the ability to stand up for that which is right and remove him. But more seriously, it's also coming at a cost to the public's faith in political leadership such as it is. Except, I'm pleased to say, in Scotland, where Scottish Tory voters, including in my Angus constituency, took one look at this Prime Minister, whereupon Tory seats in Scotland fell by 55% at the last election in 2019. Only 2 Scottish Tory MPs were present for this debate today at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. They're not in their place now, and the Scottish Tory leader never showed up at all. And the Prime Minister's vacuous claim that he must stay in office to help with the cost of living crisis and the crisis in Ukraine is a grotesque contortion of reality and history. In reality, the UK government under this Prime Minister is adding to the cost of living crisis with tax increases heaped upon soaring fuel and food prices. And in France, they're in the final throes of a presidential election while supporting Ukraine. Politics is not displaced by conflict, Madam Deputy Speaker, quite the opposite in fact. And in historical terms, the UK and other nations wasted no time in changing leaders ahead of and during 2 world wars. So this charade is little more than a disgraced Prime Minister desperately seeking to attach himself to a convenient cause to distract from his now trademark injudicious character. But I know honourable and right honourable members opposite get it. We heard earlier from the member from Hazel Grove, who's no longer in his place, in his excellent speech, highlighting the risks to parliamentary and democratic reputation if the Prime Minister does not take responsibility. Similarly, the right honourable member from the Forest of Dean made his position clear in the Prime Minister earlier this week. And the public have not forgotten the nature and the letter of the rules, the immeasurable constraints on our lives and freedoms during lockdown. And as other honourable and right honourable members have said, it is literally inconceivable that there was any grey area over these parties or bring your own booze ups. So the Prime Minister's refusal to go is beyond acceptable. And these are views shared by constituents up and down these islands, not just in Angus, but my Angus constituent Nicola Livingston points out in her words, the Prime Minister's refusal to go and the Conservative Party's acquiescence undermines the rule of law and any trust in political institutions. The Conservative Party's tawdry self-preservation is an insult to the nation and to the behaviours we expect from our leaders, and it will be profoundly damaging to our faith in government at a time when it is already dangerously low. So I deeply regret, Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, that the government have weakly withdrawn their amendment, and I look forward to making sure that we can put on the record our position on this matter in the voting lobbies today. Thank you.
Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In our arcane system, the Prime Minister can sit in as judge and jury on himself. And as other members have pointed out, this is a ridiculous system. And I'm willing to bet that the Prime Minister will not find himself guilty, even though the Metropolitan Police have found him guilty of at least one breach of the COVID rules. And my guess is that there are more fines to come. And this is a breach of rules that his own government wrote and that he then took to the airways to defend. The Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and I quote, sometimes seems affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility. I think he honestly believes that it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception, one who should be free of the network of obligation that binds everybody else. Well, those are not my words, Madam Speaker, but those of his former classics master at Eton. And it's not hard to draw the conclusion that these words still stand. So it's natural that we've had no proper apology to the British people for his multiple breaches of COVID rules. This Prime Minister is both capable of multiple law breaking but incapable of genuine contrition. And this attitude to the rules has marked his entire career, both in journalism and in this House. For him to say, I'm sorry for any offence caused, is not a proper apology for repeated wrongdoing. For him to say, I was not aware of my own rules, is a defence of the ignorance, which does not stand in law. And for him to claim, I have not misled the House, all the rules were obeyed, no rules were broken, is a serial cover-up. I could use another word, but I will refrain with respect to Madam Speaker. And for the Prime Minister to say that there were no parties at number 10 when 50 financial penalties have been handed out, when he attended many of these parties and stood barman at least one of them, this insults the intelligence of the people of Britain. Because the issue with the Prime Minister is this, that he clearly believes that there are one set of rules for him and his cronies and another set of rules for the rest of us, including the electorate. These are not rules, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was talking about. These are orders from him and his cronies who consider themselves to be better than the ordinary people of this country.
Go on, Frankie Boy, on this.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Is she aware that whilst the Prime Minister was organising parties in number 10 and showing complete contempt for his own rules, working class communities all over Britain were in lockdown, young people in overcrowded flats were in lockdown, the mental health crisis that we still have around us was intensified by the very strict operation of those rules on communities, and many young people faced massive fines for organising parties, £10,000 and so on. Isn't it just one law for Boris Johnson and his mates and a different one for everybody else?
My honourable friend makes a very important point. We are told we must rely on the integrity of the benches opposite if the rule of law is to be upheld in this country, if the principle that no one is above the law is to be upheld, but even more important, if the respect that the people of this country hold for the political system is to be upheld. We have to rely on the benches opposite. Well, we shall see. So, members of opposition have complained that on these benches we're engaging in politics. And of course, there is a political dimension. My email box, Madam Speaker, has been deluged with complaints about this matter. And I'm sure I'm not alone, and I'm sure there are many members opposite, if they dare to admit it, who would say the same thing. What the Prime Minister has to accept, that this is not just some Westminster row that nobody outside SW1 is concerned about. The public, Tory voting members of the public, Labour voting members of the public, and members of the public who have not ever voted at all, they've had to endure untold misery during his premiership. No fewer than 190,000 people have died from COVID. Over 1 million have long COVID, and so many people, as we've heard in this chamber, because of the rules, were not able to be with their loved ones when they were dying. And these are the people the Prime Minister is scorning. These are the people the Prime Minister thinks he can get away with a manifestly ungenuine and mealy-mouthed apology to. And it didn't have to be that way. Furthermore, the background to this issue is that living standards are plummeting, the NHS is in crisis, the spring statement rubs salt into the wounds, making tens of millions of people worse off. I do not believe that the public is in a mood to forgive and forget. As we've heard, the Prime Minister and his acolytes like to say he only was in the party for 9 minutes. Very many people would have liked to have been with their loved ones when they were dying for 9 minutes. So the question for members opposite is very clear. The country wants the Prime Minister gone. These benches want the Prime Minister gone. He broke the law. So are you just going to do nothing today and in the future while Boris Johnson sacrifices you to save himself, as he has done throughout his life and career?
Two quick reminders. We don't use the word you when addressing. This comes through the chair, and also colleagues should not refer to other honourable members by name. Peter Dowd.
The motion we're considering refers to the comments the Prime Minister made in this place on the 1st and the 8th of December, but they are simply specimens. But it could have referred to many other occasions when the Prime Minister may have inveigled this House by using the fact that no one could challenge his veracity because of the protection afforded to him by parliamentary etiquette. The Prime Minister has four. First, there were, of course, the early warning signs way back to 2019 and earlier. For example, when he refused the invitation from my right honourable friend, the member for Garston and Halewood, to apologise for his dreadful Spectator article, which argued that people affected by the Hillsborough disaster were, quote, wallowing in victim status. Second, what about his absurd claim made on the 29th of January 2020 in this place that the Conservatives have grown the economy by 73%, a claim that relies on data stretching back to 1997. Third, the false assertion he made on the 4th of March 2020 that his government had provided free hospital parking to all, a comment that still stands uncorrected on the parliamentary record. Fourth, on the 11th of March 2020, we are cutting...
Order. I do need to remind honourable members that at the beginning of the debate, the Speaker said, "It is perfectly in order for honourable members to question the veracity of the Prime Minister's responses to the House cited in the motion. It is not in order to challenge more generally the truthfulness of the Prime Minister or any other honourable or right honourable member." I'm sure the honourable gentleman will adjust his speech accordingly. Peter.
So, on the 6th of September 2020, he stated in relation to COVID guidance, "There's nothing more frustrating for the vast majority who do comply than the sight of a few brazenly defying the rules. So these rules will be enforced by tighter penalties." His words, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 16th of December 2020, he told the House that this Christmas it's vital that everyone exercises the greatest possible personal responsibility. This was the same day London went into Tier 3 restrictions. 2 days later, there was a party at number 10 Downing Street.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Prime Minister promised the House that he would publish all his personal exchanges with James Dyson in relation to COVID-19 contracts. These have never appeared. It goes on. The list goes on. Downing Street tell us that he follows the ministerial code and principles to the letter. He then said, the Prime Minister told the House, it is common sense for people to wear a mask in confined spaces. He was photographed later the same day at Wembley Stadium, surprisingly, without a mask. On the 1st of December, he stated in relation to COVID that all guidance was followed completely in number 10. Was it? On the 8th of December 2021, I said at Prime Minister's Question Time, I've been repeatedly assured since these allegations had emerged that there were no party and that no COVID rules were broken. Now, as honourable members have said, either the Prime Minister wasn't being candid or his staff weren't being candid. So who wasn't, or possibly both? He said he was furious to see the clip of his own staff discussing number 10 parties as though somehow he didn't live there. And he did. On the 15th of December, in Downing Street press conference, he said, I follow the rules. Everybody across politics should follow the rules. Indeed, they should, and the Prime Minister didn't. And so it goes on. And so it goes on. And in that regard, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we're trying to do today is to set in train a process that this House really does need to look into the concerns of so many members and, more importantly, the many of our constituents who have written to us about their concerns. And I think they deserve answers. They're not that interested in parliamentary protocols often. They just want answers to their deeply held concerns and questions. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this House, and surely members opposite, cannot allow allegations of the Prime Minister's insouciant and nonchalant attitude, allegedly, towards the truth to go unchallenged. We need to send a message to the country that when all the police inquiries have been completed, this House will, through its own processes, the very processes that have protected the Prime Minister from blunt assertions on the floor of this chamber, consider those allegations thoroughly and openly. And can I say, finally, the mea culpa, mea maxima culpa approach from the Prime Minister does not wash with my constituents.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few people have said today that this has been a very curious debate, and indeed I think it has been. It's been variously sombre, at times angry, reflective, and even at times quasi-religious. But most of all, this debate has been necessary. When a sitting Prime Minister has been served with a fine for breaking a law that he himself set, particularly when that same Prime Minister had come to this House and said that no law had been broken, it could not be possibly ignored by this police. And this House could have chosen to do a number of things in response to what has been presented with. It could have done, of course, what the government had hoped. It could have made another apology and hoped everybody would move on. But they know that there's real anger out there, and this was never going to be enough for our constituents. We could, at the other end of the scale, have replaced the Prime Minister and end it with him having taken full responsibility, going off into the embers and ethers, and that would be the end of it. He would go down with this particular incident, and then we could fully move on. But of course, that's going to be a matter for them, and I've seen no indication that they're prepared to do that just now. But we have instead chosen, and I think inevitably we will this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it now looks like it's going to be passed overwhelmingly, to refer this to the Privileges Committee, and where I personally find that a bit meh. I think it will do as a reasonable start in order to deal with some of the issues around all of this. But can I say to the House, I don't think that we'll ever fully move on from this until we fully appreciate the sheer significance of what has happened and the profound impact that all of this has had on our constituents. Our constituents are genuinely upset, and they sincerely believe that the Prime Minister has lied. In fact, YouGov has just published an opinion poll which shows that 78% of the public think that he has. And my right honourable friend, the member for Skye, Ross and Lochaber, was absolutely right in his speech to reach for the L word. And after 20 years in this House, sitting on these green benches, I still find it shocking to hear the L word in this place. But there's no other word that's appropriate for all of this. No other word could be used in context of what the Prime Minister has said and what he's done. In fact, our constituents would be bewildered if we weren't using the word that they now most commonly associate with his behaviour. And we will never move on until this government accepts this. Now, I made my maiden speech the same day as the Prime Minister back in 2001. In fact, I followed them from these benches, and I remember his speech quite clearly. And in his speech, he compared himself to little Simba, putting his mark into the huge footprint left by the Mufasa of Michael Heseltine. And perhaps we'll leave that reference there because we don't want to obviously mention after Pinocchio incident the title of the feature film that features Simba. And so they know what this Prime Minister is like. They've known him for 20 years, as long as I have now. I found him a very curious, dishevelling, odd type of character. But they must have known him better than me. But they went and elected him as their Prime Minister. They knew what they were doing. And this is no ordinary Prime Minister. This is somebody who profoundly believes that the law is for someone else and not for him. There is no other Prime Minister in history who would think for a minute that they could possibly survive having been given a fine for breaking a law that he himself set. But the main question is, did he mislead this House? Now, I think the answer to that, generally, both sides of the House, is yes, he did mislead the House. The question, therefore, is, was it inadvertent, or did he mean to mislead this House? Let's look at the evidence for that. First, he said there was no rule breaking. Get that right first. Then he claimed he wasn't aware of any parties. Then he said he was outraged by the parties he wasn't aware of. Then he said he was aware of events but believed they weren't against the rules. Then he admitted he was at these events but he didn't know what they were. And then he was fined for attending these events that he variously didn't know anything about and he was outraged over but didn't realise were illegal. Then he apologised a lot, again and again. Only the time for that apology has passed. And I'm not going to be reticent about elections. The police have just put out a statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that there'll be no more issuing of fines and no more comment until after the council elections. So this is now definitely in the mix. The elections are a feature of all this because of that police statement. And I'll say to my Conservative colleagues over there, you're going to get hammered in May. Absolutely hammered. The public are outraged. Now, I've got a local authority which is Conservative in Perthshire. And we've got one message on our leaflet which says, as you obeyed the rules, the Tories partied, kick them out. That will be, I suspect, going on most leaflets in subsequent elections until he is replaced and he is removed.
Order. Just a gentle reminder to the honourable gentleman that he does need to stick to what's in the motion.
Absolutely.
Pete Wishart.
Never dare move away from the motion that's in front of this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and even the suggestion that I would, I find quite shocking. And I'll conclude with my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a pivotal moment. They can decide to resolve this and move on for their own good as well as for themselves. Surely they're not going to go down with somebody who is so now full of contempt from everybody across this nation. This motion won't be the end of it, but it could be the beginning of the end. But I believe that this will only truly end when this Prime Minister goes. But that's exactly all up to them.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by reminding my honourable colleagues on both sides of the House that I'm standing here in this place today, this privileged position, representing the wonderful people of North Shropshire, partly because the great British public, who we are here to represent, really do care about standards in British politics. I'll ask the colleagues on the opposite benches to cast their minds back to Tuesday the 7th of December last year, and the breaking sensational news that Allegra Stratton had been filmed practising answers to difficult questions about law breaking. Perhaps they'll remember the morning of Wednesday the 8th of December, in which the only Conservative politician facing the media was their unfortunate candidate in the North Shropshire by-election. Or perhaps they'll remember the early hours of Friday the 17th of December, in which the verdict of the people of North Shropshire was announced, because for them, the party of over 200 years was most definitely over. Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion that has been put to this House is that the Prime Minister may have deliberately misled the House and as such should be referred to the Committee of Privileges. We all know it's not credible that the Prime Minister told the truth to the House when he told us that the rules had been followed at all times. the only possible explanation for the claim being that he had been unable to understand the detail of rules he'd written himself. But I will touch briefly on some of the other reasons that have been given to let him off the hook. The first, of course, is that a fixed penalty notice is no more serious than a speeding ticket. I think we all know that's rubbish, and one of our honourable colleagues pointed that out earlier. The Prime Minister, members of his cabinet, and the country's most senior public health officials appeared live on TV almost every night to remind us of the gravity of these laws. Reminders of the importance of following these laws from the Prime Minister's own social media accounts were repeatedly posted. Suggesting that these laws were trivial is beyond disrespectful to all those who got us through those dark days of the pandemic, whether they were key workers, community volunteers, or just ordinary members of the public making huge sacrifices to save other people's lives. A second argument that we've heard today is that the country needs stable leadership to tackle the cost of living crisis at home and the desperately needed support for Ukraine abroad. Well, I would agree that a change of approach is needed for the cost of living crisis, one that protects those in need, not the super profits of companies extracting oil and gas, or one that gives a VAT cut, to those struggling families, not a tax hike on the hard-working. To suggest that the Prime Minister is focusing on the cost of living is frankly ridiculous, because he's focusing his behaviour on escaping from this trap that he has laid for himself. So let us consider for a moment the grave situation in Ukraine. We're largely united across this House in the need to support the brave Ukrainian people, sanction those who prop up Putin's murderous invasion force, and welcome those fleeing the tragedy of war. And we also all know that it is possible that our leader will be required to make decisions of the most serious nature in the coming months, decisions none of us would be wished to be forced to make. Should this happen, this House and the British public will need to have the utmost confidence that the Prime Minister is telling us the truth. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has irrevocably damaged that confidence. No one believes the Prime Minister has told the truth because he has become entangled in a web of lies. I won't repeat the timeline of events, we've heard it enough in this chamber. But it makes a mockery of all of us to suggest that he did not understand his own rules, that the rules he set were not broken when the police have concluded that they were. And this brings me on to the third argument, that the public have just moved on and that they don't care. And here, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will return to my opening remarks. The public of this country really do understand the importance of a code of conduct. They really do understand that if a Prime Minister breaks that code of conduct, that code says he should resign. Resign to uphold those fundamental basic standards in public life. And they become really angry when the Prime Minister tries to bend those rules to save himself or indeed his friends.
I'm ready to give way.
And we'll give way.
I'm very grateful, my lady, for giving way. I mean, it could be that the police yet might have a hand in the twists and turns of the story. And I think the House would look very stupid indeed if it didn't refer to the Prime Minister to the Committee on Privileges, given those events that have come around. And in the past, they won a vote in North Shropshire on the member Owen Patterson. And of course, I think they regretted very soon winning that vote. So they might want to learn that they don't want to be regretting yet again. And of course, she knows ultimately where that vote ended up and her presence in the House of Commons.
Thank you. Indeed, I agree, because my seat in this House is proof that the British public really do care. So if my colleagues on both sides of the House also cared about the importance of conserving the valued institutions that underpin this mother of all democracies, then they would certainly back this motion and put their names to this motion today. Thank you.
Here.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They often say people are products of their environment. From where I come from, empathy, tolerance, a sense of decency and fairness are all characteristics that many of our people in Liverpool hold dear. We struggle with the concepts of self-entitlement, of haughtiness, of selfishness. We pride ourselves in looking out for one another above all else, our family, our friends, our communities. By and large, it is our community, by and large, it's our commonality as human beings that they see the British people come through difficult years. Contrary to the words of Margaret Thatcher, there is such thing as society, and it's been on show each and every day of the pandemic. It's the food bank volunteer, the supermarket assistant, the care worker, the nurses and doctors who held the hands of those dying. Those who did the right thing, played by the rules as their mental health plummeted, who bit the bullet of loneliness and separation because the Prime Minister said that is what we had to do. However, what he meant to say is do as I say, not as I do, because he was ripping up the rules and partying. The pain endured by our people over the last 2 years has left a deep emotional scar on our collective psyche. What the British people are now struggling to overcome is the fact that their Prime Minister is incapable of the very sacrifices that they themselves made. For their own loved ones, for the loved ones of our people they never met. No person like that is fit to be Prime Minister of this country. The Teflon has come off, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm sure the Prime Minister will undoubtedly attempt to reinvent himself, for he covets power above all else. And before I entered this place, I asked myself the question, why? I suspect many members across this House did. Why do I want to do this? What difference can I make? Indeed, I am still asking these questions today, as I hope to leave a small mark on this place and in my constituency. I don't believe the Prime Minister has ever asked himself those fundamental questions. The why and who for were never important to him. He has spent his whole life chasing power for power's sake and left a trail of destruction in his wake. He has no interest in my constituents of Liverpool Wavertree, and the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip will decide if he has any interest in them. He could fall on his sword, but of course he won't. The choice for members opposite is simple. Will they do the right thing today, in the interests of this country, in the interests of the office of the Prime Minister, or will they stick with the rotten apple? And as the Prime Minister is so fond of a party, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the right and proper thing for this House to do today is give him a party he will never forget, a leaving party, because anything less is simply undermining our democracy and not good enough.
Claire Hannah.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd attended, as I'm sure many others I'd intended to be in the Chamber this afternoon for the scheduled debate on childhood cancer, and it was particularly on the back of a very moving story of constituents of mine and the long, hard road they've been on with a child with very serious cancer. And I emailed them last night to tell them that that debate wouldn't now take place, that this one would instead. And I didn't know the family personally, and I didn't know their politics, and I didn't know whether they would be annoyed that such an important attempt to discuss cancer research and care was going to be disrupted by this attempt at accountability. But Bella's dad replied to me saying that he hoped the PM could take some ownership for his actions. For context, in the same period those parties took place, we were held to a strict one-parent bedside rule and only allowed to swap every 5 nights, meaning that for 6 weeks that family, as they managed a child with very serious cancer and a baby at home, only saw each other for 5 minutes every 5 days as they swapped over at the bedside. And it reminded me of all of the things that people across our countries and regions were going through. There have been many very powerful and effective speeches from across the houses, and I must say particularly welcome from the opposite benches, to show that this isn't a partisan issue. And I don't want to repeat the timeline and all of those points about leadership and about the distorting and the degrading effect of dodging accountability, and about this Prime Minister's unfitness to lead at any time, but particularly in these turbulent times. But I did want to put on record in particular the views of many people across South Belfast and indeed across Northern Ireland who have expressed to me their revulsion and their rejection at the mendaciousness and the lack of integrity that they have seen displayed over the last couple of years from this Prime Minister and the Praetorian Guard of MPs and ministers who debase themselves and who debase their constituents every time they go out and repeat the wild excuses that are put before them. Members and honourable members have pointed out politics doesn't work without trust and without integrity and without confidence in good faith, and members have outlined the corrosive effect of this saga in politics generally. And I will just add to that the impact that this Prime Minister has had in Northern Ireland and indeed in relationships with the Northern Ireland and on the Anglo-Irish relationships as we scramble to try and manage the carnival of reaction that has followed the decisions that have been taken and the pronouncements that have been made by this Prime Minister about Northern Ireland, and the gap between the decisions that have been taken and the pronouncements that have been made. And by promising one thing and doing another day after day, by threatening every few days to pull the pin of Article 16, he has regressed the region I represent many years by being untruthful to us and untruthful about us, whatever your views on the politics and the constitutional issues of the last 5 years.
Order. Just a reminder that we are talking about the Prime Minister's conduct with regard to the motion in front of us today, rather than going into much wider issues. Claire?
Paint a sketch of the impact of the Prime Minister's character on the politics of the region I represent. So I will say it isn't, as members know, it isn't about the parties, although the few things I have in common with Boris Johnson, we do share a birthday, so I know exactly where I was.
Order. Can I just say again, with the Honourable Lady, the Honourable Lady needs to talk about the Prime Minister or the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for not using Boris Johnson. We don't refer to each other by name. Apart from me, I'm allowed to do that. Claire Hannon.
The Prime Minister, I know where I was on the 19th of June. It wasn't at the 40th birthday party I'd intended with family and friends like other people. It was following the rules, as I think most people in this House did. This is an inflection point. Members and honourable members have an opportunity to try and put down a marker about the long-term and increasingly irreparable damage that is happening to the public conversation, to trust in democracy and relationships within these islands, and I hope we all have the opportunity to put down that mark today.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't speak for long, as I don't want to delay you or the House, but merely give a perspective both on the principle of the motion and the standing of the House with relation to the motion. The motion for me hinges around whether there should be due consideration by the Committee of Privileges whether the Prime Minister's conduct amounted to a contempt of this House. The gravity of the charge is great, because although the hard power of this House is to legislate, I believe the House has a great deal of soft power at disposal, but that entirely rests on the standing of this House with the public, and not just with the public in the United Kingdom, as my honourable friend from Chess said, right around the international community. Once the public no longer believe the House a place where honest answers are given, the credibility of the House's role in public life will continue to diminish, and it has taken an awful battering over the last 2 years. The hard power of the House is also undermined as people will take less notice of the rules we make if we ourselves break them, and then worse, deny knowledge of breaking them. The public rely on many different services for our society to function, and all those services' ability to function emanates from the writs given to them by this place. During COVID, that was doubly important, as we need the consent of people to stop the spread of infection. I'm just going to talk about two services. The fire service, which did an incredible job in supporting people during the pandemic, and the Magistrates' Court, which had to enact the rules that we made. They're both central to this, and I want to briefly mention my friend Jules, who served for nearly 30 years as a firefighter and 20 years as a magistrate. Julian Jenkins was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2019. He was making good progress in his recovery and was in good spirits when I saw him during the May recess of last year with his partner Helen, who I attended university with, has been a lifelong friend. However, he contracted COVID in August 2021 and sadly and tragically passed away. Jules is only beginning to enjoy his retirement after a lifetime of public service, but that was snatched away from him. I'm now going to directly quote Helen, so I will make use of members' names, but only in her words, not in mine. Helen said, "I always feel sadness at the loss of my partner, but at the moment my overriding emotion is anger and frustration. Anger at what Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak and other government officials have done, and frustration they still won't accept responsibility. If you make the laws and immediately break the laws you made and are then found guilty and fined, you have no credibility to govern. Johnson and Sunak lack any moral authority, which is essential when making future legislation, not just COVID-related, but in general. We need to restore the credibility of this House, and sunshine is the best disinfectant. So we must vote for this motion today, for Jules, Helen, and all of those families affected by COVID, as we are the rule makers who become rule breakers, and we must, and if rule makers become rule breakers, they must be held accountable, and that's what this House must do. That's why we must pass this motion today.
Hear, hear. Marion Fellows.
Mr. Speaker, I was made an honourable member of this place on the 7th of May 2015. And I know this place means a lot to very many members. Personally, I have no real interest in this place, but for one thing, to represent my constituents and to help them foresee my vision of an independent Scotland. I don't believe in the archaic traditions in this place, but I work hard to represent my constituents who elected me here. They have written to me again recently to ask me to ask the Prime Minister to resign, and I have to tell them that I have not the power to do that. I cannot make the Prime Minister resign. I can ask him. I know he won't, because I've asked him. But I think it's important that we pass this motion today, which may well lead to his ultimate, if not resignation, dismissal. My constituents had a hard time over COVID. I had a hard time over COVID, which I lived mainly by myself. But I was most struck by one constituent who wrote to me because she knew I was returning to this place last June. And she asked me to go and visit the COVID memorial wall, where there was a heart up there for her mother. And she wasn't able to travel from my constituency, Motherwell and Wishaw, to London. That had a profound effect on me, and it also reminded me of the number of constituents had emailed me during lockdown when they missed births, deaths, marriages were postponed, and people just lived a bleak existence. Many of them had to go out and work in very low-paid jobs because they had absolutely no other way of supporting their families. And there were many people, and are still many people, suffering from that lockdown. It's hard for people with privilege to understand how many of my constituents lived. It's hard to understand when you miss a funeral, when nothing has happened to any of your family. It's hard to understand how you eke out an existence on benefits. And then when you find out that the Prime Minister of this country has broken his own laws, his own rules, and has been to parties which they weren't allowed to do or be at, it's hard. It's really hard. So I wasn't surprised at the flood of emails into my inbox asking for his resignation.
My honourable friend Gibbons.
Yes, certainly.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. People right across East Dunbartonshire are sickened by the Prime Minister's behaviour. Does my honourable friend agree that the Prime Minister shouldn't be trusted to run a menage, never mind the United Kingdom?
Thank you.
Fellows.
I thank my honourable friend. A menage, for those who are non-Scots, is a savings scheme by people who are extremely usually poor, who save up on a weekly basis, and if you're first in the menage, you get the total of that, the amount that is contributed. I've been in many a menage before I came here. Yes, I totally agree. But I said I didn't care about this place. In some ways I don't, but there's one thing I do care about. I care about truth. As a councillor, I was subject to the Nolan principles, and I am still subject to them. I'm not fantastically. I've made mistakes in my life, and I don't have the memory to lie. But I think truth, especially in the Prime Minister, is absolutely one of the most important things we have. If we cannot trust the word of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, much as I want not to be part of that union, then I think all is lost. Could I therefore urge members on all sides to vote for this motion today?
Thank you.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm sort of reminded, just listening to this, of summer of 2019 when there was the leadership election of the Conservative Party going on. I was surprised that a number of people in my constituency approached me and asked me who did I think should become the leader of the Conservative Party. And I said, in all honesty, I really hoped that they would support the member for Surrey South West. And I said that honestly because I feared for what might happen and because I believe that our country must always come first. Whether we're backbenchers, frontbenchers, government or opposition, truth and the principles of law must be steadfast. And certainly, if we are occupying the most powerful elected position in the land, that of Prime Minister, a great public office, a position respected, of course, through centuries, but now being debased, or certainly in fear of being debased. The Prime Minister, of course, is in that most elevated position of all. One that the public will always and has always looked up to, one for leadership. And through this last pandemic, we have seen just how important the role of government and the role of the Prime Minister is. The public looking not just for leadership, but how to behave. But instead what we've seen is a public that has reacted to that with ridicule. We've seen the memes online. We've seen children, her children, talking about Boris parties online. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a question of government's credibility. The public know because they saw virtually every night on our screens or listened on our radio and heard the Prime Minister telling them, imploring them what they should be doing in terms of their behaviour. They also saw the advertisements telling them to obey the rules. Then for months we had rumours and speculation about how the Prime Minister, he himself, had behaved. But then we heard the counterpoint from government claiming that the Prime Minister had not misled Parliament or indeed the public. What that resulted in was a corrosion of public trust, a change of behaviour, and almost a position where it was impossible to reverse what was happening in society because they did not trust, they did not believe what was being said or how the Prime Minister or government was behaving itself.
Will my friend give way?
I will indeed.
I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way, and this issue of trust, I think, is the important point that we have to consider today, because the public have made their minds up. We've seen the opinion polls, and it's overwhelmingly clear that the public do not trust the Prime Minister in these affairs. But it's also about the trust of this House. And if we are not able to police our own rules and bring to task those that break those rules, whoever they are, then that trust, that public trust, doesn't just damage the office holder of the Prime Minister, it damages all of us.
Yes. Matt Weston.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's absolutely right. And it is so fragile, so precious, this notion of trust. And for those who are around in the 2000s and the run-up to the expenses scandal and other issues that have affected this House, the importance, the primacy of trust in this place is critical to how it operates. So if we are to restore faith and trust in this place, we cannot defend the indefensible. And the government tried that with the Owen Paterson affair. And I really felt for those members on the other side, the backbenchers particularly, who were humiliated by what they were led through by the Prime Minister. And we must restore the standards and principles of this place, and we must have adhesion to the ministerial code, which has to be brought onto a different legal setting. I will give way.
I'm grateful. I think the big distinction with Owen Paterson is that when outside investigation showed what he'd done was wrong, he didn't accept it.
Matt Weston.
I thank the Father of the House for his intervention, and I accept the point he makes, but I am not entirely sure that the Prime Minister has fully accepted that he has misled this place. Anyhow, if I may come back to the point that the first offence... Yes, I read.
Matt Rodder.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I appreciate the point made by the Father of the House. Surely the issue here is the persistent breaches of the rules which seem to have taken place, and the fact that contrasts in such an appalling way with the sacrifices made by the British people, and that we all expect so much better.
Matt Weston.
I thank my honourable friend for that, and a point that I'm actually going to come on to, because that first offence was in summer 2020. And by then, in Warwickshire alone, we had already had 436 excess deaths in Warwickshire care homes, 347 due to COVID. Thousands of people unable to visit their relatives. And of those many cases, maybe I could just cite one. Jill, her dad, who had been a naval commander in World War II, a very proud serviceman, who she was unable to visit between March and ultimately his death in July. The government claimed that the Prime Minister was under exceptional pressure. Well, I think we can say that about all the frontline services, all those people working in our healthcare, in our teachers, and across the piece, working to keep us safe. I'm sure many people here would not have celebrated their birthdays, did not have parties, they did not have office parties. I certainly didn't, and I don't believe the Prime Minister should have at all.
He certainly wasn't under pressure in December on those matters when he did mislead the House. And as the member for Belfast South highlighted earlier, this isn't the only time. The entirety of Northern Ireland was misled on paper or lack of paper or on the borders and the protocol. So there's a pattern going on here. And the House has to take this one seriously. It's in here, it happened.
I think my honourable friend may be deviating from the subject here, and I do want to keep this to the motion itself, but I understand the point he is making. But the defences that are being used to defend the Prime Minister are not really worthy of this place, or those that espouse them. Ambush by cake, a work event, not a party, or the comparison to a speeding ticket this is really all indefensible stuff. And then talking about Ukraine, of course we are all concerned by the situation in Ukraine, but I do not believe that should be used as a smokescreen for the failings of this Prime Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, in referring this to the Committee of Privileges, it is vital, and I really hope that there will be great support on the far side, because it's essential for every one of us that we restore public confidence in this place. And that's why, of course, I'll be voting for this motion.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And much has been said about the Prime Minister's character, but I shan't go there today, other than perhaps to reflect on the comments from my honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire, and make the suggestion that perhaps it's a bit less like Simba and more like Scar, if we're making comparisons to that particular film. However, we are where we are, and having reached out to people across Midlothian and sought their views on this situation, it's been interesting, I think, if maybe to qualify, that some of the suggestions of their words for this situation. One simply said, "I have no words." Another said, "The words I would use, you would be thrown out of Parliament for trying to use, and it's not the L word. This Prime Minister has broken the law. He was dragged kicking and screaming to make an apology of sorts, and while that's happened, he continues to go about his business undermining every single one of us in this place, because his actions have an impact on every one of us, because the public look at what happens in this place and every one of us are tarred by the same brush. And it's critical that we have the opportunity to hold those in the highest offices to account. All of the law-breaking, criminality, evasiveness, it's been able to go unpunished, not because of a glitch in the system, because the system is inherently unfit for the purposes we need. If a Prime Minister was to lie, they'd be untouchable for as long as they've got the party on their side and a healthy majority. Although, given the lack of movement on the amendment today, perhaps a healthy majority could be called into question by some. If a Prime Minister breaks the law, the people are powerless to remove them. We in the opposition benches are largely powerless to do anything about it. And it's absolutely absurd that a tiny minority of members in this place have all the say over who holds that position. So it's our system that needs to change. It's the whole system of the way this place works, and it just illustrates to its core how broken the system of governance in this country are. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who the Prime Minister is. Whoever's in charge has unfettered access to power, and if they don't have integrity, honesty and ability to follow the laws that they themselves set, Parliament can't do a thing about it. Where we are today. If the government has a majority and they continue to support that Prime Minister, that is all that matters to them. Some would use another word to describe that, but that's for perhaps another day. So yes, members on benches opposite absolutely have to find a backbone and remove the current Prime Minister. I think many names have been suggested for him, but we need to recognise that there's nothing stopping whoever came next from doing exactly the same unless we do something about it. I don't want future generations of Scottish politicians to be sitting here. I don't want it Scottish politicians at all, full stop. But I don't want them to be sitting here in any amount of time having the same arguments over and over again with yet another scandal of the British system. But that's what a future in the UK holds. Scandal after scandal and never any justice. The chaos has been non-stop for a decade under the Tory government. For as long as Scotland is tied to this system, this chaos will continue. And my constituents deserve much, much better than that. While other democracies have matured and moved forward, this whole saga simply shows that we in many ways have done nothing but move backwards. The Chamber at times today has been furious. My constituents in Midlothian are absolutely furious at this situation.
Will the honourable gentleman give way? I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I think that all of us in this chamber, across the House actually, have heard from so many constituents who feel that way. I've had emails from innumerable constituents, and one that I received overnight pointed out the unbearable sacrifices that people had made, and that constituent had lost her mother to COVID. And because there was a big family and only one of them was able to be with the mother, they've not been able to get beyond this. And I think that that's exactly what we need to focus on when we're looking at this situation.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. There's so many people in so many constituencies across our countries have made huge sacrifices to help and support those around them, to look after loved ones and do what they can to help, because they all wanted to follow the rules, because those rules were in place. They were to help all of us. They were to help all of us to get through the pandemic. And while so many did, we have a Prime Minister who simply laughed in all of our faces. I'm yet to meet a single person who thought that the Prime Minister's actions were in any way justifiable. There's one word that persistently comes from their lips. 34 constituents have gone so far as to email me about this, some in anger, some in despair, but for everyone who's written to me, there are thousands discussing it with their families, their friends and a neighbour. One simply says, I fear for democracy and our futures if this Prime Minister is not held to account. Another, I ask you to do everything in your power to challenge this and to convey my disgust at the actions of his office at a time of huge sacrifice for everyone, not least the nurses and teachers who've been dragged through the muck. And that's before we even start to consider the countless other workers in jobs across our countries who had to keep working and just had to get on with it while the Prime Minister partied. I would do.
And I just observe, with less than 2% of the Conservative Parliamentary Party in the Chamber at the moment, it should now must be beyond debate that the Prime Minister will be investigated by the Privileges Committee.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I think it has to be now the case that the Privileges Committee has that opportunity. And in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the comments of so many here today and so many who have contacted me in Midlothian expressing disgust at the events of the past few months. It's done nothing but undermine the key principles of our democracy, and today's motion is an opportunity for us to perhaps start to move forward from this and to put right the wrongs of the recent past.
Hear. Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak in this important debate. But I'd like to begin by wishing Her Majesty a very happy birthday, 96 years of service and commitment to our country and the Commonwealth. And it's my birthday on Saturday too, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, thank you. I very much welcome and acknowledge the birthday spirit, and all the best people are born in April, of course. But we are not here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, to talk about birthdays. We are here to talk about a Prime Minister who broke his own laws. The laws that he expected the British people to follow to the letter, but he had no regard for himself. And I'm standing here speaking on behalf of the very many people who've written to me about this latest scandal caused by the Prime Minister. People like Will Foley, a former constituent of mine, who's also written to the Prime Minister expressing his outrage and disgust as he feels he's been misled by the Prime Minister and taken for a fool. The people of this country, including Will Foley, know that the Prime Minister is not above the law. He made them follow those laws directly as residents in England or indirectly like many in Newport West. But he didn't follow them himself. We all remember how at 5 p.m. every day he stood before us to recite the rules and plead that we should follow them. But when he walked back through those wooden doors, he was partying. And I have to say, I don't care if it was 9 minutes or 9 hours, it was a blatant and unacceptable way to behave and totally unbecoming of a Prime Minister. I'd like the Minister, when winding up, to explain to this House and the British people how on earth we can expect the Prime Minister to govern this country if he feels no consequences for his actions. And consequences for his actions, his law-breaking, is so important, as is the truth, because the truth is absolutely vital to what we do in this place, to what we were sent here to do. Because without the truth, we are merely men and women in a big green room shouting at each other, some louder than others. It's imperative that we preserve, defend and protect the truth. And by proposing this amendment, the Prime Minister was forcing his honourable members to stand in the way of us finding the truth. So I'm very glad to hear that the government has now changed their mind and withdrawn it. And this motion, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't about partisan games. It's about doing the right thing, it's about leadership, and it's about right and wrong. This motion is about decency and respect. It's about democracy, and it's about following the law that we set. This is about good government, and it's about setting an example to our children and grandchildren. That's why the motion tabled by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, is supported by the leaders of the SNP, the Lib Dems, Plaid Cymru, the SDLP and the members for Brighton Pavilion and for North Down. And their support tells you everything that we need to know. Our country is tired of a Prime Minister who won't take responsibility for breaking his own laws, the laws of this land. And when you say it out loud, Madam Deputy Speaker, this beggars belief. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom has been fined for breaking the law and is a disgrace to his office, and he must be forced to face the consequences. But I say to members on the other side, let us help you help yourselves. This motion allows you to be objective, to ensure that the rule of law is respected by those of us who set the laws and to set an example. Ministers are trotted out to repeatedly refer to the Sue Gray report, and in her report, and I pay tribute to Sue Gray for her hard work and her patience, but in her report, Miss Gray says, directly, I quote, "There is significant learning to be drawn from these events which must be addressed immediately across government. This does not need to wait for the police investigation to be concluded. It follows, therefore, that we don't have to wait for further evidence to refer the Prime Minister to the Committee of Privileges, as this motion states. We can just get on and do it." But let me be clear, I wish we were discussing issues of importance to the people in Newport West and across the world. Issues like the war in Ukraine, the cost of living crisis, and the climate emergency, to name but a few, and I do genuinely mean that. But we can't focus on those issues until this law-breaking Prime Minister shows the courage, the decency and the respect for all those who died in Newport West and across the UK, and he just goes. And it's important to all of us that he goes, because as things stand, he's spending each day focusing on keeping his job rather than actually doing it. And that's why my constituents in Newport West are paying more than in living memory. That's why they're struggling to pay their bills, feed their families and heat their homes. It isn't rocket science, it is simple. We have a Prime Minister focused on his job rather than theirs. We need a government free of the Partygate scandal, free of lawlessness and free of arrogance. So this Prime Minister must go now. I will be voting today for this motion, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the Leader of the Opposition for tabling it and holding this Prime Minister to account.
And okay, then. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a relatively new member of this House, I often get asked what it's like to be an MP. And I tell people that this place is steeped in tradition, and very often we're having to drag it into the 21st century. How at times it can become a little bit challenging, tiring, and I'm sorry to say a little bit boring as well. That, with no disrespect to the clerks, it can feel a wee bit dysfunctional at times as well. But there's one word that I always use, and people are so surprised when I use it, but that is collegiate. That I find this House to be at its very, very best when it is collegiate. And the stark reality is, however, that this law-breaking Prime Minister does no help on how parliamentarians are viewed. We know that MPs, or most of us, work incredibly hard on behalf of our constituents. But the reality is that the actions of this law-breaking Prime Minister further pushes this false narrative that all politicians are the same. My inbox is full of inquiries from my constituents of Airdrie and Shotts, and some of them have asked me to share their stories. This one came anonymously. At 72, my dad was the life and soul of the family. 13 grandchildren whom he adored. He was young, fit, with a heart of gold. Dad was put on a ventilator on 9th of April 2020, and it was eventually turned off on my sister's birthday, where he died alone. I weep every night, and the sadness feels like it's never going to go away. I sit by his grave, playing his favourite songs. My dad believed there was good in people and always showed compassion and kindness to others. What is happening at Westminster has made me lose faith in people to do good or the right thing. Aaron from Airdrie also wrote to me, and he said, a week before his 94th birthday, my papa, Frank Bell, died alone in a care home. His memory was frail, and he remarked to his carers that nobody came to see him anymore. He couldn't understand why none of us would come to see him in his final hours. My papa, having lived his entire life with the love of his life, was forced to die lonely, sad, and, from his view, forgotten by his family. Of course, I'm upset that I didn't get to say goodbye. However, I feel Frank's story runs much deeper. A man who lived his life with family died alone, whilst the Prime Minister and his pals lived with parties in disobedience. It sickens my stomach that people try to pass off what the Prime Minister did, when people like my papa sacrificed so much.
I would be grateful if you could speak of him today. Not for my own pain, but for the fact that he died alone whilst the lawmakers did as they pleased. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I joined this House, one of the first things I was told was about the mannerisms of this place, and that I have to refer to everyone as an honourable member or an honourable friend. I'm not sure I'm seeing much honour right now. And so I say to those in the chamber, I'll be voting for this motion, and I say to those on the opposite benches to think very, very carefully, because the public are watching and your constituents are watching.
Nick Whitley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It surely is a great privilege to be called to speak on what must be surely one of the most momentous occasions in the recent history of this House, because today one of the most fundamental principles of any democracy is at stake. Does honesty and integrity in public office matter? And are our leaders accountable towards the people who put them there? The answer from both sides of this House today must be a loud and resounding yes. Throughout this whole sorry saga, the Prime Minister has stood at the dispatch box time and time again to deny the breaking the lockdown rules that he himself set. He has happily dispatched with political advisers, civil servants and cabinet colleagues who confessed to breaking down lockdown restrictions, all while thinking himself above them. Even when challenged with photographic evidence of him partying away while millions were stuck at home, he absurdly pleaded his innocence. And not even the stories of the families torn apart or the parents, spouses and children who died alone could steer him into the decency to come forward and tell the truth. Today we are forced to face the fact that our Prime Minister, the most powerful man in our country, thought he was above the law. But we now know the truth. The parties happened, the Prime Minister was there. He will forever be judged by history at the first hold of his office to be found guilty of breaking the law while serving in number 10. What we are here today to decide is whether the Prime Minister's conduct in this place should be referred to the Privileged Committee to examine if he is guilty of contempt of Parliament, and I believe that the argument for doing so is overwhelming. The time has come for members opposite to decide where their loyalties lie, whether to the Prime Minister or to the constituencies or to constituents who put them there. For 2 long years we've been subjected to the tawdry spectacle of Conservative members scrambling to defend the governments as it laid from scandal to scandal, whether it's the billions handed out to ministers' friends for dodgy COVID contracts, the Owen Paterson lobbying scandal or the Chancellor's questionable tax affairs. But while it's Her Majesty the Queen and not our constituency to whom we pledge allegiance when we first enter this place, it's our constituents to whom we are ultimately responsible and by whom we ultimately are held to account. It's time to put that national interest first. Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituents can count on me to do the right thing by them today. I ask the members opposite, can yours?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd start by saying and wishing Her Majesty a very happy birthday, not because it's just the right thing for us to do, but also we reflect upon a lifetime of service and the kind of leadership that all of us would aspire to be able to emulate, putting duty and self-sacrifice before the country that she so obviously loves and has served so very well for so many decades. It looks as though this motion is going to go through, and so it should. What a shame we're even having this debate. This is indeed, as some people have already mentioned, it feels like a waste of time when we should be talking about the cost of living and how we can help our constituents to make ends meet and to afford the rent and the mortgage, the bills, and to put food on the table, when we should be talking about the outrageous onslaught on Ukraine by the evil, murderous tyrant Putin, how we can support the Ukrainian people, and so many other issues that are equally important to each of our communities. And yet here we are talking about this because we have a Prime Minister who won't take responsibility. And it's deeply sad. I think that there'll be many offensive things that we've heard over the last few months. Most offensive is that people have moved on. Can't you just get over it? I had Easter Sunday off Mr Deputy Speaker, and I went to church in the morning, and a few of us went for a beer, actually, in a cafe at Levens Hall in my patch. It was very sunny, as it always is in the Lake District, as you all know. That might be knowingly misleading the House, actually. Anyway, it was a lovely day. We sat outside, and an elderly couple came up to me, and the gentleman said to me, he said, my wife's sister died in June of 2020. She died alone. We couldn't visit her. And he said, please don't let him get away with it. Please don't let him get away with it. And it's a reminder that what we're talking about here, as much as anything else, is justice. Justice being done. And I heard the father of the House said earlier on, and he was the first of a number of people who said, we shouldn't be talking about this as a local election issue. Somehow that is diminishing it. Can I just respectfully, would you like to, well, please clarify in that case.
Sir Peter Bott. It may have come across like that. The Leader of the Opposition said it wasn't party political. I was drawing attention to what his colleague repeatedly said on the Today programme this morning. That's all I was saying.
Very grateful to the Father of the House for clarifying. I think my point, which I'm about to make, still absolutely stands, which is that this is only a local election issue, and it is, because the party opposite have not delivered the justice it was in their hands to deliver. I knocked on the door my patch, which has an interesting history, was Conservative for 100 years until we won it in 2005. We've had some great wins and some narrow wins. One ward that we have never won, even in my best years. Knocking, which is, you can argue maybe they were ahead of me, who knows? But in my best years, who knows? A couple who told me that they had sometimes voted Conservative. They'd normally voted UKIP, they'd voted Brexit Party, they'd never voted for us. They were going to vote for us in the local elections because it's the only way they could think of delivering justice themselves. They felt themselves weak and powerless because they had a man who they agreed with on many issues, but who they felt could no longer lead the country because of that lack of integrity. And it is so important for us to remember, it's 2 years on now, isn't it, that many of these things took place. And our memories can play tricks with us, we move on, we don't live in the moment of those times. They were not pleasant times, and we choose to forget them to a degree, don't we? But let's not forget what that meant. Not just the elderly couple I spoke to on Sunday, but so many others of people, hundreds of people we know. I remember there was days, weeks and weeks and weeks on end where I wrote letters of commiseration to people who'd lost loved ones, and all of us did that. People who couldn't be with a dying parent or a dying child. People who spent Christmas alone. And for many of them, it was their last Christmas. Their last Christmas. Young children, so hard to explain to them why their birthday party couldn't take place. All sorts of different privations we went through. I remember Jill Haig, I'll mention her, who is the chief exec of the Cumbria Tourism. She and I arguing to stop people, persuading people to not visit the Lake District, even though we knew it was ruining our economy. But because we believed in the health and the safety and the well-being of the people who would have come and the people who work in that community. Those sacrifices that were made, the Prime Minister made laws that we agreed with that were important. Why? To save lives, to protect the NHS, to do the right British thing and to look after one another, to love our neighbour. And yet within hours, it would appear, of the ink drying on his edicts, he was habitually breaking them. There is no question this was and is a resignation matter. Yeah, of course.
Making a very powerful point. Does he agree with me that some of the defences offered for the Prime Minister have actually been hugely insulting to those other people who worked throughout the pandemic? A dentist in my constituency said, we didn't have drinks after work. This would have been unprofessional and irresponsible. Does he agree with me? It's entirely understandable the fury that health professionals feel because of the sacrifices they made during the pandemic.
That's right. She makes an excellent point, and it is deeply offensive. One of the reasons why this is a story that has not gone away is because some of the defences are even more offensive. The idea, as has been said from some on the other side, a minority, I will absolutely state, that, oh, well, teachers were up to it, nurses were up to it. Everybody broke the rules. Well, I didn't. I'm pretty sure most people here didn't, and I know most of my constituents didn't, and I know particularly those people in the caring professions absolutely didn't. And they did it in one sense gladly because we were loving our neighbour and doing the right thing and protecting people. Not because we're slavish obedience to authoritarianism. I'm a liberal. I don't like these laws or these rules. However, I knew they were necessary to protect lives. And so did the Prime Minister. and yet he broke them. Now look, I want to just, given I think we do have a little bit of time, I won't go on for long, I promise, but I want to address the issues about forgiveness that have been discussed in this place. And as a Christian, I want to reflect on those, because I'm deeply affected by the speech made by the Honourable Member for Wickham earlier on, and some other people who've made comments as well, about the extent to which we should be seeking to forgive the Prime Minister. Now, I don't know how contrite the Prime Minister is. I don't know how sincere his repentance or his apology is. There's only two beings know the answer to that question. So I'm not going to make any assumptions that I know, because I'm definitely not one of them. But this, I would say, and that is, I believe, is one of the most radical and offensive things about Christianity, is that forgiveness is available for everything and for everyone. However, even forgiven sins bear consequences. And if you look at the Bible, one of the things that strikes me, literally my reading last night, was Luke 6:27, love your enemies. Love your enemies. And I'm careful to not think of people on the other side of the house or on any other party as an enemy. They're sometimes a colleague, sometimes they're an opponent, but they are not my enemy. But there are times when you disagree with somebody so very much, as I do so much with the Prime Minister on so many issues, that you can in your mind make them an enemy, and I need to repent of that. So am I somebody who's bitter and seeking to get my vengeance on the Prime Minister? No, but it would be wrong if I did. What I think we need to remember is this, that when in forgiving somebody, we don't let them stain the reputation of this place and of our politics. Because to say sorry, so another, there's the story of Zacchaeus on Palm Sunday, as Jesus comes into Jerusalem. Zacchaeus, who has been a tax collector, he's ripped off his kith and kin for many, many years. He is a great sinner. He repents, great, and then he also makes recompense. He does more than just say sorry. He gives back 4 times what he has taken. And so I think we need to remember that in accepting an apology, that doesn't mean there isn't a consequence. And the Prime Minister hasn't borne the consequence. And in not bearing that consequence, what does that mean? It sets the low for the bar. So subterraneanly low for what is acceptable in our public life. What a shocking example to all of us here, to all of us who might follow us, to everybody else in this country. It tells us that it's possible to do things which are not honest. It is possible to set the rules for some and choose that you're not going to follow them, that you are somehow better than the people that you lead. That is not acceptable. That is not right. What is also not right is to hide behind the suffering of the people in Ukraine as an excuse not to take action now. It's fundamentally weak of those members opposite who say we have to wait until some indeterminate time when that might be over to take the action that needs to be taken. The simple fact is this: Ukraine is a reason why the Prime Minister should go, and should go now, because we are in a state of paralysis. Every decision he takes, we know, is coloured by his desire to survive. And our own position as a country, we are diverted by this ongoing soap opera, this saga, this sorry state of affairs. And the sad conclusion I have reached is we now have a Conservative Party that is too ashamed of the Prime Minister to defend him, but too weak to remove him. Today's the day they need to discover their backbone.
I am now calling the last backbencher to contribute in the debate before the wind-ups. So if there are any members of Parliament in their offices, I should really make their way to the chamber now. Florence Ishalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In my maiden speech, I spoke about the fact that it's an absolute honour to be elected to this place. An absolute honour, because never in my wildest dreams did I think a working class girl from the council estate in Brixton, would sit on these green benches. And if I'm honest, sometimes I still pinch myself. And one of the things that I am most humble about is the fact that it is a privilege to be in this place. It is a privilege to serve as the Member of Parliament for Vauxhall, an area that I grew up in, an area that I went to school. It's a privilege to be able to represent my constituents. But I also know that that word privilege, there are some things that are not afforded to me as a female black MP. The scrutiny that I face, the fact that I'm very careful in debates, making sure I state the truth and facts, because that privilege in terms of you being a woman, sometimes you're not afforded that privilege. You're not allowed to make mistakes.
you're not allowed to mislead people. That privilege, which unfortunately our Prime Minister wants to continue to use to defend the indefensible. And one of the best bits about my role is going out and meeting the young people in our constituency, because I see myself in so many of those young people. Yeah. And those young people ask me, what is it like and how did you get involved in politics? And does politics matter? Yeah. Politics matters because we have to continue to uphold the rule of law. Yeah. Politics matters because we can make a difference for our constituents. Politics matters because being honest and truthful about what we are doing as parliamentarians is a privilege. Politics matters because when we work together, we can address some of those key issues. But for so many of my constituents that contacted me throughout this pandemic and through the lockdown, and who continue to contact me, they felt that politics doesn't matter because they are seeing our Prime Minister demean the role and office that he holds. Yeah. So many members and right honourable members have mentioned cases of their constituents who've written to them, and I just want to quickly reference two. One of them is my constituent, Jan O'Malley. Her husband, John O'Malley, died of COVID on the 1st of April in St Thomas's Hospital. Jan wrote to me, when the Prime Minister partied, we all made unbearable sacrifices to protect each other. I wasn't able to accompany John when he went to the hospital or visit him. I couldn't comfort my daughters at his funeral, and we were only able to have 10 people there. While the Prime Minister continues to lie about breaking the law, he undermines respect for Parliament. More importantly, he undermined the public health message. My other constituent, John Cormiman, wrote, I'm a 61-year-old, immunosuppressed single parent with an 18-year-old daughter. We rigidly followed the rules, including my mum's funeral in 2020 with just 6 people. I lost my sister last year to a late diagnosis of stage 4 lung cancer. All of this whilst following the rule. But Florence, this is a blatant deceit from our Prime Minister, and I can't get close to showing my incandescent anger. I feel that the government have brought a culture where lying, breaking the law, and division for the rule of the day, and I'm utterly hurt and dismayed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how did we get to this? Restoring faith in our politics matters if we want people to engage in political process. Yeah. Restoring faith in our politics matters if we want people to do the right things, God forbid should we ever come into another pandemic. Restoring faith in our politics matters because for every person that died in this pandemic, whose heart is painted on the wall, on the COVID memorial wall in my constituency, as I wear this badge with pride, it reminds us of the sacrifices that people made. This motion today is important. It reminds us that no one, including our Prime Minister, is above the law. It reminds us that rules are there for us to follow them. It reminds us that when people inadvertently mislead the House, they have to answer and be accountable. And I hope that members will remember that and they support this motion today.
Wind up, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure, if not repetitive, for me to stand opposite the Paymaster General. And I welcome him here today, but I hope this is the last time he's wheeled out to defend the indefensible. Honourable and right honourable members across this House have spoken at length about the heart-wrenching sacrifices that their constituents have made through this pandemic. They have spoken about the principles of integrity, honesty and dignity which are all at stake. The Right Honourable Member for the Rhondda spoke about the special responsibility of every MP to uphold and defend the reputation of this House for all future generations. I welcome similar important interventions from my honourable friend, the member for Bethnal Green and Bow, who spoke of her constituents and her own family's painful experiences and how they feel they have been taken for fools. And typically value the forensic contributions from my right honourable friend, the member for Eatham, and typically passionate and heartfelt the contribution by my friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley. And I also want to welcome the brave words of the honourable members for Vauxhall, who we've just heard, and the honourable member for Hazel Grove, who have made very powerful and moving speeches stating, as parliamentarians, we all have a responsibility to uphold democratic principles of trust, integrity, no matter what party we are from. As the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton said, this is not about cake at all, but about trust. As the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion, who has made it clear that the brutal war unleashed upon Ukraine is no reason to put our democratic standards on hold today. As my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, laid out, the motion we have tabled today seeks to uphold the pillars of the British democracy. Pillars of honesty, integrity and truth. Politicians, political parties and Prime Ministers will come and go, Mr Deputy Speaker. But the basic principle that elected representatives must tell the truth and act with integrity remain the foundation of our very democracy. But the Prime Minister and his supporters have tested these principles to the limit. Actions speak louder than words. And if members opposite choose to stand by this law-breaking Prime Minister, they send a very clear message that they don't care about their duty to uphold the rule of law. They will be failing to respect the privilege that it is to serve as a Member of Parliament in this great country of ours. And as the member for Wickham said, if the Prime Minister occupied any other office of senior responsibility, he would be long gone by now. Those who continue to defend the Prime Minister are defending the indefensible. They are weakening the pillars of our democracy. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a historic moment, and today we face a choice. This motion is about the crucial question of whether the Prime Minister intentionally misled the House. As my honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, stated earlier, the process by which we uphold these rules and ensure honesty in Parliament are crucial. Our conventions and our traditions are not an accident. They have been handed down to us as tools that protect Britain from extremism and decline. But the Prime Minister has abused those tools, as many members has outlined today in this debate. He has broken the rules while expecting everyone around him to follow them. And when Allegra Stratton joked about the Downing Street parties, the Prime Minister accepted her resignation. Professor Neil Ferguson broke the rules. He resigned, and the Prime Minister said that it was the right thing for him to do. The former Health Secretary broke the rules. He too resigned, and the Prime Minister tried to claim he sacked him. Why does the Prime Minister think everyone else's actions have consequences except for his? Over the last 24 hours, we have seen desperate attempts by the government to delay, distract and duck the scrutiny. They've pulled every trick in the book to kick this down the road. But they've run out of road, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is now decision time. Actions do speak louder than words. So the question is, what action will the members opposite choose to take? Will they continue to defend the indefensible, or choose to recognise this historic moment and do the right thing? Indeed, while the Ukraine situation is of huge importance, as the Right Honourable Member for Hazel Grove said, the invasion of a sovereign nation by a dictatorial power is no reason that we should accept lower standards ourselves here. We expect better, and Britain deserves better. Our key workers have sacrificed so much through this pandemic. In the name of keeping us all safe, as my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree outlined, they stuck to the letter of the rules. They had no other choice. For our care workers, breaking the rules for just 15 minutes would have risked lives. So they confined themselves to care homes up and down the country, unable to see their loved ones, unable to attend weddings, funerals and births, all to protect those that they looked after. They care deeply for the people that they care for. Their value, their work, and they take great pride in it. And I know because I used to do it myself. But the Prime Minister's actions have mocked their sacrifice. Rightly, the majority of the nation feels like the Prime Minister disregarded and belittled their sacrifice. As a care worker myself, I know the sacrifices that care workers made in the pandemic on the front line, putting themselves at risk to care for others. We've all heard stories today of how people did that. And it is the least that they deserve for the Prime Minister to be held to account for his own conduct. While the Prime Minister was partying, they were unable to be with their loved ones in their dying moments, or unable to attend miserable funerals with only a handful of people because they were following his rules. And as my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, said earlier, they have been left, after all of his rule-breaking, with an empty feeling of guilt. Guilt that because they stuck to the law and didn't bend the rules, they missed some of the most precious moments from births to funerals. But all those people, the length and breadth of the country, had no reason to feel guilty. It is the Prime Minister of this country who has broken the law and dishonoured their sacrifice. Mr Deputy Speaker, many of us will recall the 7-year-old Josephine who sent a handwritten letter to the Prime Minister on her birthday in March of 2020 to let him know that her mummy and daddy had cancelled her birthday party. She said she would be staying at home because you asked us to. She didn't even mind cancelling her birthday because she wanted everyone to be okay. The next day, the Prime Minister replied to Josephine saying, "We've all got to do our bit to protect the NHS and save lives, and that is exactly what you're doing." But clearly it was one rule for him and another for Josephine and the rest of us. What message, Mr Deputy Speaker, does that send to Josephine and all the rest of her generation? Now, we know he didn't shut down his own birthday party just a few months later. He spent it breaking the law. We have a Prime Minister who is only sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker, that he's been found out. And today is our chance to protect the institution of Parliament at the heart of our democracy. Patriots cherish our great institutions, but this week the Prime Minister has degraded them. He wrote the rules, he broke the rules, he flouted his own law. He thinks the rules apply to everyone except for him. He thinks actions have consequences for everyone except for him. Today, he will be shown that the rules apply to him too, and his actions have consequences. Honesty, integrity, and the truth matter in politics. They are British principles. And today, all members have the opportunity to defend those principles and vote to uphold our democracy. And if they don't, I fear they won't be forgiven. I'm urging all members across the House to do the right thing, to respect the sacrifices that their constituents made during the pandemic, and to say that the public were right to follow the rules and to vote to defend our parliamentary democracy. The honourable member for Hazel Grove gave a powerful and brave and honest speech, and shown great integrity. I have known the honourable member, I think 2 decades now we go back. He told us he was no longer willing to defend the indefensible, and he drew a line in the sand. He's a man who embodies the principles of public service. And I urge members opposite to follow the lead of the honourable members for Hazel Grove and High Wycombe today. The Prime Minister is leading the Conservative Party into the sewer. It's now up to members opposite to decide whether they follow him. It is up to members to decide whether it is a red line for the Prime Minister of this country to break the ministerial code, break the trust of the British public and get away with it. As my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, said, the only way of getting to the bottom of this issue and regaining the public confidence in our democracy is by respecting the processes that have been created to enshrine the rules of our Parliament. Although I will point out that this process that we're enacting now today is only in place because the Prime Minister has failed to do the decent thing and resign. I repeat, honesty, integrity and the truth matters in politics. Today, MPs across the House have the opportunity to defend those principles and to vote to support our democracy. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Michael Ellis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. And can I start by saying that today, of course, is Her Majesty the Queen's 96th birthday, and I know the whole House will wish to join me in wishing Her Majesty many happy returns. Now, Mr Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to discuss this important issue on the floor of the House today, and it's a pleasure to appear opposite the Honourable Lady. The Government recognises the seriousness of the issues under consideration, and can I say this at the outset? The Prime Minister has always been clear that he is happy to face whatever inquiries Parliament sees fit, and he's happy for the House to decide how it wishes to proceed today, and therefore will not be whipping Conservative members of Parliament. They are free to vote according to how they believe we should move forward on this. Now, we tabled an amendment last night because we wanted to be explicit about ensuring that Sue Gray is able to complete and publish her report without any further delay, as well as allow the Metropolitan Police to conclude their investigations. We now recognise that in practice this is almost certainly likely to be the case, and therefore we are happy for the Labour motion to go through, if that is the will of the House. Now, the Prime Minister has apologised repeatedly for what has happened. He is mortified by it. He wishes he could have done things differently and that the clock could be turned back. He has apologised, as this House has heard him do this week, repeatedly for what has happened. And he has asked for the House's forgiveness and for the ability to get on and serve the people of this country in delivering the opportunities brought about by his getting Brexit done, by leading the world in COVID vaccines and the COVID rollout, and by his clear leadership over the Ukraine issue. And I would like to make clear to the House that whilst a Metropolitan Police investigation is ongoing, it is right that neither myself nor this House speculates on the detail of matters that are still under investigation. It is of the utmost importance that police processes can continue without risk of prejudice from this place or elsewhere. And whilst I acknowledge the points that many members have made, it is important that the House understands that we cannot preempt the outcome of an investigation that must be allowed to finish. Now, as the motion before the House today acknowledges, the proper time for the committee to consider this is after the police have completed their work, when all the facts have been made clear. And that is in accordance with the principles of natural justice. Natural justice, an ancient principle that I know the Leader of the House, the Leader of the Opposition, understands full well, includes the principle that allegations have to be known to the entire person who is accused. There must be an unbiased tribunal, and that no one should be a judge in their own cause. The member for Rhondda himself mentioned that in his view he did not believe the Prime Minister. He has made a judgment, but that's fine. But let us be clear that this is not a neutral, objective viewpoint, and it is in the interests of natural justice that those principles are followed by all. That is what is in the interest of the House. The Leader of the Opposition spoke of principles when he opened this motion. And I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that whilst he spoke of principles and how that should colour the tempo of this debate, his party spoke of drafting personalised attack ads against Conservative members of Parliament in their constituencies. He also spoke with great respect. Before the Leader of the Opposition opened this debate, he apologised to the House for unwittingly misleading the House during PMQs yesterday. But in his next breath, he moved a motion against the Prime Minister for misleading the House. Now, I say this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the truth is that there is a political tempo to this matter. Now, the Prime Minister is currently in India, as the House knows. He's out of the United Kingdom today on his pre-planned visit to India to deepen our long-term partnership for peace and prosperity with a fellow leading democracy in the face of global economic challenges and threats from autocratic states. Tomorrow, he will meet Prime Minister Modi to hold in-depth talks on the United Kingdom and India's strategic defence, diplomatic and economic partnership, aimed, as it is, of course, at bolstering our close partnership and stepping up security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. I know many members in this House will understand that given wider events in Ukraine, it is of the utmost importance, and it has been of the utmost importance, that this important visit goes ahead. But I want to say at this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at no time does the Prime Minister say that this issue, the issue that the House has been debating this afternoon, is not important. It is important, and other things are also, of course, important. Now, at all times, the Prime Minister has set out his understanding of events, just as he did again in the House on Tuesday. And the Prime Minister would have no concerns with this issue being considered by the committee if the House so decides. Nevertheless, members of this House will be aware that, as I've said, that the government tabled an amendment last night setting out specifically that consideration of this matter should take place after both the conclusion of the police investigation and the publication of Sue Gray's report. And that is because the wish is that members could have all the facts before them before taking this decision. Now, we are, however, now content that in practice any parliamentary process would take place after both the Met's investigation has concluded and that the report from Sue Gray has been published. Now, as a result, members of Parliament will be able to vote as they see fit on this, and as the government remains committed to publishing Sue Gray's report as soon as possible after the Met Police investigation has concluded. And I will give way to her.
Thanks, right honourable gentleman, for giving way, and yet again I have sympathy with him for the backbench duties that he finds himself having to fulfil. He was talking just now about having all the facts before us. Will he therefore reassure the House that all of the photographs taken by the official photographers will also be available to us to peruse as these judgments are made, so we can make sure that we have all the facts before us?
I can't comment on the particulars that she mentions because, of course, the matter is under police investigation. So she presupposes a state of affairs that I cannot speak to.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving me. The Prime Minister was asked yesterday and he failed to give a reply to this question, but I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister's human shield will be able to answer this. Why did Allegra Stratton resign?
That is not part of this debate, and it's not part of my function here. But he wishes to make political points, but this is a matter of principle, as the House knows. Now, while the Prime Minister is not here, he has already addressed this issue in the House earlier this week. And as I say, I'd like to reiterate what the Prime Minister came to this House on Tuesday to say. And as he said then, we understand the strength of feeling that we have heard and the expectation from the public for more from their elected representatives. That is why the Prime Minister has apologised wholeheartedly and unreservedly to this House. Now, I again would refer the House to his statement on Tuesday for specific matters relating to the notice issued to the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister has already committed to making public any outcome of the investigation into his own attendance at any event, including any further fixed penalty notices. So the Prime Minister has said that once the Metropolitan Police have concluded their investigation, he will immediately ask the Second Permanent Secretary in the Cabinet Office, Sue Gray, to update her findings of her report. Now, the Prime Minister will, of course, come back to this House to address the outcome of the investigation once we reach that point. As the Prime Minister said, on the issue of whether he misled the House, his comments made to the House were in good faith. He has responded to the event for which he has received a fixed penalty notice. He made clear that he did not think at that time that the event was in contravention of COVID rules. However, he's apologised for his mistake, paid his fine, and accepted the findings of the Metropolitan Police. There is a difference between a deliberate and an inadvertent situation. And I think most people would accept that. I understand the strength of feeling in the House, but the Metropolitan Police investigation is ongoing, and once that investigation is complete, the Prime Minister has made clear that he will return to the House. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'm confused here, I have to be honest with the Minister. Is it the Prime Minister's position that he didn't understand the rules, or that the rules didn't apply to him? What is it?
His question isn't worthy of a response. It's quite clear. He knows full well the difference between a deliberate and an inadvertent situation, and it happens every day of the week. But I will say this, when talking about inadvertence, I will say this, as the member for Rother Valley pointed out in this House this afternoon, no one made an issue of the report in the Times newspaper of the birthday party at that time, and that is powerful evidence that no one believed it was a crime or an offence, and that supports the assertion, he asks and I'm telling him, that supports the assertion that the Prime Minister did not knowingly mislead the House. So if he's asking for evidence, that's some of it. Now, I would like to close my speech by reiterating... No, I don't think so. I would like to close my speech by reiterating what the Prime Minister said yesterday, that this government's focus is and always will be to deliver on the priorities of the British people. We will continue our efforts to work with our allies to face down Putin's aggression abroad. We are going to address the toughest problems at home, as we have been doing, helping millions of families with the cost of living, making the streets safer, funding the National Health Service to clear the COVID backlog. The Prime Minister is focused every day on making the British people safer, more secure and more prosperous.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Paula Barker.
Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, Yulia and her daughter Daria fled Ukraine as it was being bombed. They managed to get through to Poland and they applied for a visa to come to the UK on the 1st of April. My office has been in constant contact with the Home Office, who have advised us that the checks have been completed and it was with the decision maker. Yulia and Daria were unable to board a flight this morning to the UK to get to safety with one of the constituents in Liverpool, Wavertree. They are now stranded. They have no food, no accommodation and no money. We have been advised by the Home Office that they should seek advice from the consulate because there is no direct flight back to the UK until next week and no visa will be with them before Saturday. What can I do, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the safety of Yulia and Daria?
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for a point of order and a forward notice of it. Clearly this is a very important matter. The Treasury bench will have heard what has just been said, and please can I implore that the message gets put through to the Home Secretary in order that this can be immediately looked at. Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Fiona Bruce.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 5th and 6th July in London...
The lady just wants to wait a moment for the... It's a lot kinder. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. It's a lot better, isn't it?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On the 5th and 6th July in London, the largest international gathering to be hosted by the UK government this year will take place, the 2022 International Ministerial Conference on Freedom of Religion or Belief. Government representatives from over 50 countries have been invited, together with faith and civil society representatives, to discuss the concerning global trend of increasing restrictions on freedom of religion or belief, and also, it is hoped, to commit to practical steps to tackle this. A session including digital persecution should be at the cutting edge of this conference. My purpose in calling today's debate is to highlight why. Millions of people each year around the world are increasingly having their freedom of religion or belief restricted, and to devastating impact. A key reason is the increase in persecution by authoritarian regimes, including through the misuse of technology. Right across the world today, people are losing their jobs, education, homes, livelihoods, families, freedom, access to justice, even life itself, simply on account of what they believe. People are being discriminated against, marginalised, beaten, threatened, tortured and killed, and too often by their own governments, the very governments with a duty to protect their freedom of religion or belief. And the gross scale of this as a global issue is both under-recognised and under-addressed. One of the aims of this July's conference in London is to change this. The research centre Pew indicates that 83% of the world's population live in countries with high or very high restrictions on religion. The campaigning charity Open Doors, in their 2022 World Watch List, state that the persecution of Christians has now reached the highest levels since the World Watch List began nearly 30 years ago. That across 76 countries, more than 360 million Christians suffer high or very high levels of persecution and discrimination for their faith. And of course, persecution does not only affect Christians, but those of all faiths and none. In Nigeria last month, the humanist Mubarak Bala was sentenced to 24 years in prison, now on appeal. And recently, the plight of Jehovah's Witnesses, Ahmadiyya Muslims and Baha'is across the world have been highlighted by the International Religious Freedom or Belief Alliance of 35 countries, which I have the privilege of chairing in 2022. Details can be found on the US State Department website. Why is freedom of religion or belief so important? We need to ask this question and to try to answer it, to set in context this debate on digital persecution and why addressing it is therefore so critical. Freedom of religion or belief, or FORB for short, is important for several reasons. It's important in itself for us as individuals, because what we believe gives us a sense of worth, of purpose, meaning, of dignity, of identity. It goes